Hello and welcome into the Dean Withers Show, ladies and gentlemen. For everybody watching at home over on YouTube, it's good to have you here with me today. Today we will be debating 100 random Trump supporters on my TikTok live stream off of my phone right now. We already have our first Trump supporter on the line. Their name is Mads. Let's go ahead and unmute Mads and hop straight into the discussions. Mads, go ahead and unmute that mic for me by clicking on your profile picture and clicking the icon of that mic. You are unmuted and we are good to go. Mads, why did you vote for Trump?
I originally, I got anxieties hopping on the live. But I originally used to be a Biden supporter back in high school. Obviously, I couldn't vote back then. But I focused a lot on my social justice issues based on my politics. Whereas once I graduated, moved out, got my own place, it became very easy to see that the world does not revolve around racism, sexism. There's so many broader issues.
So you're just like racism and sexism don't exist.
Aren't the main issues in America right now. They're not that, racism's not that prominent. Sexism's not really a big deal. As a woman, I don't face sexism.
Okay, well, I very vehemently disagree with you, but I just want to know what you think the big
I would say it still exists, but I would say that there are much broader issues.
Give me a moment. And that's what I want to know about. So I disagree with you, but what I want to know first is what are these broader issues that you believe are more important? That
immigration, the economy, and political lies.
Okay, sure. So where do you want to start, immigration or economy?
I would start with immigration. I'm very passionate about that one.
Very passionate about immigration. And you think that Donald Trump will be great for immigration, right?
Yes.
Phenomenal. So please name one long-term border solution that Donald Trump wants to influence to get passed through Congress.
I didn't say I was smart, man.
Okay, so
I just said that I believe that these are the issues. So when you have 30,000 people moving into one city illegally, not a part of the citizenship of that economy, and they're living homeless, they don't have jobs, they don't have money, and they're robbing people. Look at Ohio, look at California. You know, there's so many terrible places like this, and the immigration issue, letting people into this country the way Kamala and Joe Biden were doing is not right. We need these illegal immigrants out of the country.
Okay, well, we're just going to go ahead and respond to all three of those claims there. So the first claim that you made is undocumented migrants are just robbing people. So robbery is considered a property crime, and undocumented migrants are 3.5 times less likely to commit property crimes compared to U.S.-born citizens. So your first point there is already a little bit misleading and quite wrong. Your second point is that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris just let undocumented migrants into our country. So I have a question. How did they let undocumented migrants into our country?
By letting them in. You let them walk across the border. What are you talking about?
Okay, so but like what did they do? So you're saying they implemented open border policy?
They didn't do anything.
Okay, well, if they didn't do anything, that means that like Donald Trump's policy was open border policy because they would have just been coasting off of what Trump signed into law. So
for 4 whole years, you're telling me they didn't do anything to change Trump's policies?
No, I'm telling you like that's just objectively wrong. But if that's what you are positing, all that you're telling me is if they didn't change or do anything, the border was operating under Trump's policy. And if it was open, that means that Trump had open border policy, right?
I think you got a little misconstrued with what I was making at.
No, if Donald Trump...
I'm saying like the way they let people into the country. I'm not saying that they changed Trump's policies or that they didn't change Trump's policies.
Yeah, so all that you're saying is that Trump's policies let people into the country.
No, I'm saying Kamala and Joe let people into the country.
Okay, so then it was Kamala Harris's and Joe Biden's policy that let people into the country, right?
Sorry?
Was it their policy that let people into the country or Trump's policy that let people into the country?
Their policy that let people into the country.
So what was their policy that let people into the country?
The policy is just letting people in.
Yeah, but what was the policy called?
The lack, you can claim all the that you want, but when you look at the actual borders, when you go to the border itself and you look at the people coming in, like I live in the South, I see people.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that we have a miscommunication here. Are you saying that they had open border policy because the border was bad under their admin?
I suppose.
So did Donald Trump have unemployment policy because we had the highest level of unemployment under his admin?
Sorry, I was reading the comments. What did you say?
Does this mean that Donald Trump had unemployment policy because we had the highest rate of unemployment in the last 100 years under his first admin?
He had an unemployment policy? No.
Okay, so if we can't just say that the president caused a negative outcome that's present on the macro scale given their policy, then you can't just basically associate levels of migration under Biden and Harris as being caused by their apparent policy.
Okay, so what's your saying that Trump is terrible for America?
What?
Your whole debate here, the title says Trump is terrible for America.
Yeah, that's true.
What is he going to do that's terrible for America?
Well, how about we finish off on what you brought up before I bring up what I think? You brought up the point that Biden and Harris caused a border crisis through their
I didn't
policy.
say they caused it. This has been an existing issue.
You literally said it was created via their policy. Dude, you're all over the place.
You're right. Let's
which
debate
is
someone
it?
else.
Did Biden and Harris cause it? And Mads left. And Mads just left and ran away. So, all right, we're going to go to get that next guest up in here. Everybody just give us a minute. Jaden, thank you for the $5 super chat over on YouTube saying my boy is live, so I donate the 5. Oh, dude. Dropping rhymes. Okay, we got bars for days. Thank you, Jaden. Thank you, Jaden. Gonna drop a huge big old heart on that one. All right, moving on to the next guest here, guys. What is going on, Megan? Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Megan, why the hell did you do that?
I just felt it was right between both candidates and the teams they have built.
Ah, okay. So you just felt it was right. So why did you feel that Donald Trump was better than Kamala Harris?
A lot of things. The border, the economy.
Border, the economy.
Yeah.
Well, which one do you want to talk about first? Because you brought up 2 points, the border and the economy. Pick yours. Pick your choice. Which one?
We could talk about the border.
Okay, well, I'll just ask you the same very difficult question I asked to the last guest. Can you name one long-term border solution that Donald Trump wants to influence, get passed through Congress, already sign in through an EO, or wants to sign in through an EO?
Let me look.
All right,
So,
go ahead and Google that
basically-
answer for me.
Well, researching is good, but
It is good.
basically, I just didn't like how much people were flooding into this country, and
Same
it is
exact argument
illegal.
as the last guest. All right.
Yeah, but if you look at the charts that
Look at the chart.
basically saved Trump's life, it showed that during Biden's, Kamala let so many people into this country and did nothing.
Then Donald Trump let 14.8% of Americans get unemployed and do nothing in his first term in April of 2020.
But he
Really because
also
of happened to their dad,
and Biden cut off the Keystone pipeline,
Keystone XL
which
pipeline. Oh, was that a bad decision?
it was a bad decision because I am a welder, and a lot of welders and pipe fitters lost their jobs.
Ah, okay. Well, I don't know why you're lying to me. So, shutting off the Keystone XL
Lying to
pipeline.
me, it happened to me. Why would I lie?
Well, obviously you're reiterating misinformation. So the Keystone XL pipeline, when it being shut down, only costs 35 full-time American jobs. My source would be Politico Pro. Good for us to stay educated. Now moving on to my next claim. You said it was a bad thing to shut down that pipeline. So that pipeline imported oil from Canada to America. So it's a good thing when we import more oil from Canada, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so you obviously were in very...
It's better than Russia.
So you were obviously in very big disagreement with Donald Trump, right, signing an EO into law that would have imposed a 10% tariff on oil and gas imports from Canada because that would have decreased the level of oil we get from them, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You very much so disagreed with Donald Trump signing a 10% tariff into law on Canadian oil and gas because that would have reduced the overall amount of oil and gas we get from Canada, right?
I mean, if we can move things to America, then that would be great. But
yeah, you are so hypocritical. So when Biden shut down the Keystone XL pipeline, well, it wasn't even Biden, it was the Supreme Court because it ingressed upon indigenous lands. That's like World War III because we really need Canadian oil. But then when Donald Trump imposes tariffs on Canadian oil, which would also decrease the overall oil supply we're importing from Canada, all of a sudden it's a good thing because it, protects American industries. So which one is it? Did Donald Trump do something bad for the same reason Biden did something bad? Or did Biden do something good for the same reason Trump did something good?
I mean, I do agree. I do agree with you, but
No, you don't. You told me that him shutting down the pipeline would be bad, but doesn't Biden just shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline just protect American industry under your own, argument?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Didn't Biden shutting down the Keystone?
Fast.
So didn't Biden shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline just protect American production of oil?
No, because it all went like Russia. No.
Okay, well, I mean, if decreasing Canadian imports of oil doesn't protect American production of oil, why would you support Donald Trump's tariffs? Because those decreased the amount of oil we're importing from Canada, which, according to your last statement, does not protect American industry.
I mean, if we can take Canada as ours, then that would be great. Then it would.
So not only, so you literally just responded to what I said with something completely off topic. Instead of just addressing the contradiction in your logic, you're just like, well, let's be imperialists and own and conquer land and violate human rights. Are you sentient, perchance? Because like I don't really think you are, and I hope you don't take that personally. Well, I mean, given that you're sentient, you wouldn't really be able to take it personally. Tim, thank you so much for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. I do really appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Tim down below in that chat. So do you have a response or just kind of nothing to say here? Well, how about we just move past that silly little contradiction? I want to ask you a question about that damn border. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So if a migrant shows up to a legal port of entry and Border Patrol figures out that they've been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of another individual, do you think our Border Patrol should ever let them into our country?
Yeah, they shouldn't ever be let into this country.
No. Should there be stricter boundaries from getting into America or getting into the White House?
No, they just should not be allowed into our country.
So how about you answer my question? Should we have stricter regulations for entry into our country or stricter regulations of entry into the White House to run the country?
Stricter regulations to get into the country.
Okay, so it should be harder to become a citizen than to become president? Why?
Because he was American already. He's an American citizen.
Why?
I don't understand your argument.
I didn't even say anything about him. I didn't say anything about Trump. I'm just merely asking you if it should be harder to become a citizen, harder to roam American streets, or harder to run America.
Like I said, I definitely think it should be more restricted to get into this country.
Okay, so there should be more restrictions to roam free on American streets than to have access to nuclear weapons that could kill every human alive?
Again, I like...
Just answer my question. Can I get a yes or no?
It was the American
Can I just get a yes or no? Should it be stricter to, go like to, downtown LA and get an ice cream cone? Or stricter to have access to nukes that could kill every human alive while also being the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military that has ever existed? Epic box battles.
You don't need a vote to get ice cream. What? Like
Okay, so I'm just merely going to ask you a yes or no question because I don't think that you're capable of really comprehending what I just said. Yes or no, should it be stricter to become the chief in power of nukes that could kill every human alive and the strongest military that's ever existed, or should it be stricter to roam free on the streets of LA?
Yeah, it should be stricter to roam free in LA. Like, this is everyday living. People voted for the president. Like, it obviously, if there was a...
So we should have stricter guidelines to be on the streets of America than to be in the the walls of the White House.
Yeah, it should be stricter.
Okay, should you be able to walk into the White House right now?
They already have those regulations. Like, whatever regulations...
So do you disagree with those regulations, though?
No, I don't.
But there's more regulations that exist on going into the White House than going to LA, right? So you do think that there should be more regulations for determining who our president should be compared to who a citizen is?
Saying the same thing over and over again. I answered it already.
Okay, should a private citizen be able to buy a nuke?
Well, again, there's regulations for that.
Yes or no? Should a private citizen be able to buy a nuke?
Well, no.
Okay, but why? Because it's apparently, under your worldview, justifiably stricter to become a citizen than president. So if the president should have access to nuclear weapons, why shouldn't citizens, when it is harder, or it should be harder to become a citizen?
There's regulations already in place for that.
Yeah, but we're talking about what you think should be the case, not what is the case. We're talking about what should be the case, not what is the case. Stop being non-sentient. If you think it should be stricter to become a citizen than president, if the president should have access to nukes, why shouldn't citizens?
Can you repeat that?
If it should be stricter to become a citizen than to become president, and you think presidents should have access to nukes, would you also say that citizens should have access to nukes?
Yeah, no. Like there's the regulations are already
why?
in place. Like we're going in circles here, bud.
Okay, so why should the president have access to nukes but not citizens?
Because
Because why?
it's just that he is the commander in chief.
Okay, and
The commander in chief.
Joey, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube.
Like he gets the football. I don't know.
Okay, but why should it be illegal for me to buy the nuclear football?
Because you don't have that level of authority.
Okay, so you're saying that it has nothing to do with like safety concerns or security clearance?
I mean, yes, security clearance and safety.
Okay, so you're saying that the
concerns are
president has
big.
a higher level of security clearance than me?
Well, yeah.
Okay, but didn't you say that like it should be harder to be a citizen than president? So shouldn't I have a higher level of security clearance than the president?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Should I have a higher level of security clearance to be a citizen than to be president?
I feel like we should all be equal because the president is also the same as.
Okay, so if it is the case that you should have to like pass a equal level of security clearance to be a citizen compared to a president, if the president has a sufficient level of security clearance to have access to nukes, I would also have a sufficient level of security clearance to have access to nukes, right?
No.
So then the president has a higher level of security clearance. You donut.
Hey.
Okay, so now that we've
That's so
agreed
mean.
that
Like,
the
is that-
president, right, it has to go through more like levels of security clearance than citizens, right? Do you agree with that? That we should hold those stricter regulations to the presidents than citizens?
I agree.
Okay, Jesus Christ, why did that take me 15 minutes? So now that you've agreed that it should be harder to be president than to be a citizen, my next question is, if you grape a woman, you shouldn't be allowed to become a citizen, and it should be harder to become president than citizen. Obviously, if you grape a woman, you shouldn't be able to be allowed to be president, under your view, right?
Well, I mean, I feel like you're gonna go towards a
Yeah,
situation.
hey,
where
Megan,
I
how about you
don't
shut the
wanna-
fuck up? How about you shut the fuck up, you donut, and get the hell off of my live and never come back? Thank you. Now we're going to move on to the next guest. We got the next guest loading up into the box. Here we go, you guys. Everybody do just kind of give us a moment. Jaden, thank you so much for another $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I do really appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much. Everybody, please show some love to Jaden. All right, we're going to go and get that next guest up in here, y'all. Everybody do just be patient, y'all, while we get that next guest up in here. I've absolutely no respect for just the most intellectually dishonest humans ever that have ever lived. She exists in this circle of intellectual dishonesty that's just unobservable, where they're willing to say or do literally anything just so they're not wrong in their own eyes. What's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
So pretty much, I'm not American.
Okay, well, I
but
do appreciate you
still-
for coming up. We are just looking to debate people that did vote for Trump. Everybody do just give us a minute. It literally took me 15 minutes to get the conclusion that, you should have a higher level of security clearance to be president than a citizen. What's up, Emily? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
How old are you?
24.
Phenomenal. So why did you vote for Trump, Emily?
Well, I don't really want to have to explain myself to you because
You're
I
in the
feel
wrong
like
place.
you. Huh?
If you don't want to explain why you voted for Trump, you might be in the wrong place, because this is a debate live.
Why are you saying that?
This is a debate live where we're supposed to explain why we think what we do.
I know, but I just feel like you are being very hostile. Like this is what you do for a living, I'm assuming.
How about this? Yeah, this is what I do for a living. I mean, I'll be kind to you as long as you don't spend 15 minutes, right, just rage baiting me, like the last guest. That was just unreal. I crashed out because of how insane that was. I feel like
Well,
any
I
reasonable
just
human would know how
thought
to
that
crash
you
out.
weren't really giving her real questions. They were more like hypotheticals, and you give people black and white questions
Ah,
for arguments you already have thought out, planned.
so you don't answer hypotheticals.
Well, I'll answer hypotheticals, but
Do you see
I
value in
don't know.
hypotheticals?
I'm just okay. I'm just very tired of constantly making everyone a good person or a bad person, and it's
What?
based off of your own perspective.
Are you a Christian?
No, I wouldn't say I am.
No. Okay. So you're just tired of like calling grape bad, because that's like the reduction of your
Well, like
position.
I
I just
have
let me
reasons.
just let me just speak real quick, because
Oh,
I
go
call Trump
ahead.
a bad man for like a lot of reasons, like grape,
Okay,
ethnic cleansing, racism, calling all
agreed.
black people lazy, a lot of things. And then you tell me that you're just kind of tired of that. What that reduces down to is like essentially this
Well,
position that you're very like over, right, calling grapists bad.
I agree that, but do no one ever talks about Joe Biden's allegations, though?
Well, I mean, you're talking about them right now. Are you talking about Tara Reid?
Yes, I am.
So do you believe that Joe Biden raped Tara Reid?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll?
Was that the sex worker?
No. She's a journalist. So do you believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll?
I haven't read into that, so I can't say. I
So I just want to
okay.
clarify.
Hang on
You
for a
are sure.
second.
Let me just
Hang
clarify.
on. Hang on.
What am I hanging on for?
I think that men are men, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I don't think that grape, right, is instilled into the nature of what a man is. I have never graped anybody.
Um,
I will never grape anybody. Don't just reduce literal grape to men will be men. Like that is quite literally one of the most disgusting things I've heard in like the last
I'm
month.
not saying it's men, or that it's rape, but it's
Grape.
men are. I'm not a Christian. Would just say I'm spiritual, but in most religions, it does say that men are the liars, the deceitful ones. Like, I don't know. I just
So are you
don't
just kind of
think.
reducing the fact that Donald Trump raped a woman down to the fact that he has dick and balls?
Well, I also think there's a lot of other people in high places who have also done other things, but I don't have to eat lunch with them, you
Okay,
know?
so there is a lot of very powerful people that are very bad people, but that doesn't make the fact that they're bad people any better. I'm going to treat the first white person that owned a slave the same as I'd treat the last white person that owned a slave, even though thousands of slave owners came before that last slave owner. And the reason why I do that is because regardless of how many bad actors there are engaging in an impermissible immoral action, I still find that action to be just as wrong. Like, for
Yes.
instance, once upon a time, 180,000 years ago, the first human murdered another human at one point or another. Was that act of murder just as wrong as an act of murder that would happen in the streets of New York today?
Yes.
Even though there's been millions of people that have murdered in between that first and last human, right?
Yeah.
So, regardless of how many people are doing a bad thing, it is still just as wrong. So,
Yes.
here's what I'd like to say.
But
Your argument
also,
that it doesn't matter as much that Donald Trump is a grapist because there's other people in positions of power that have graped is now fallen flat on its head.
okay, well, I'm going to go back and use the first white person who owns a slave argument. Also did good things.
Oh wait, we got the audio issues fixed. Yes.
Okay, but like
Do you
at the
disagree with me?
time, but like at the just humans in general, it's their first time living. I think at the time,
Were all Nazis bad?
yes, but I also think
Even the
that
Nazis that would make their wives home cooked meals?
Okay, yes, but like in
Oh, okay, so
their
you just
family's
contradicted your own fucking
perspective.
logic. Weren't you literally just
Okay,
trying to
I
make the
know it's
argument that all slave
contradicting.
owners
Hang on.
aren't bad because they had done some good things, but even the Nazis that made their wives home cooked meals were still bad?
Dean, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in the eyes of those Nazis family members, in the eyes of those Nazis, do you believe that they thought they were doing something horrible?
I think it's possible that a lot of them thought that they were doing something good.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's perspective. Life is perspective. So, like,
Yeah, but
to,
we would agree that they had a false, wrong, bad perspective, right?
yeah, yes. But
So then what?
to us now.
Okay, and when you like posit the idea that different perspective exists, to some people, black people have human rights, to others, black people don't have human rights. I feel like the motive that stands behind said statement is, well, just to reduce the value in recognizing one's view of a rejection of human rights as wrong.
Well, I'm not saying current day.
Like for
I'm
instance,
saying
think about it this way. Like you're kind of like turning moral claims into one's subjective interpretation of the taste of avocados. I don't
I
give a
just
shit. One
think
moment.
that
One moment.
everyone
Let me talk.
thinks.
Let me
Wait,
talk.
no,
No.
hang
Okay. Well,
on.
I'm gonna mute you. Wait. Different perspectives. Okay. You're gonna tell me that I'm doing something wrong. Well, I don't think I'm doing. Different
No, I don't
perspectives.
think you're doing
It's
something
all
wrong.
about perspectives, Emily. I'm just gonna need you to be
You
quiet
don't
so I
have
can
to
share
yell
my
at me,
perspective.
sir.
Well, what's wrong with yelling if it's just all about perspectives?
Well, I don't think you should talk to a woman like that, period.
Well, I don't think that you should fucking say that, oh, maybe Nazis had good intentions, period. Shut the hell up.
No,
Now I'm going
I
to go
did
back to
not
what I
say
was saying.
Nazis had.
So
Now you're just putting words in my mouth.
I just want to clarify here.
Your arguments,
I just want to go ahead and clarify here that you told me that, oh, it's just all about perspective and moral claims. Maybe black people have human rights. Maybe they don't. Maybe Nazis were okay. Maybe they weren't. Well, this is like my belief that avocado tastes bad. Okay? When somebody else tells me that they quite like avocado, I don't really care that much because I recognize that we have different taste buds, we have different palates, we have different interests, different perspectives. But you are trying to kind of copy and paste that same perspective onto morality. And that's where it's really harmful because I don't really care that somebody likes avocado when I don't because of different perspectives. But the equivalent would be saying, I don't really care if somebody's a Nazi or a white supremacist because of different perspectives. But I think we should care a lot. So do you understand why I kind of disagree with watering down, right, the moral atrocity perpetuated by ideologies pertaining to Nazism or white supremacy?
am I unmuted now?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just think that nowadays we are living in an age where everyone thinks that they have a moral high ground. That you don't think so? You don't think that
I'm
your
just listening.
beliefs,
I just want you to continue to speak. I'm just listening.
you think your beliefs are right. I think my beliefs are right. I am open to hear other beliefs, but like it's
Do I have moral high ground
morally,
over Hitler?
huh?
Do I have moral high ground over Hitler?
I don't know. I don't know you. But like you put words in my mouth.
Do you have moral high ground over Hitler?
Yes.
So what would I have to do in order to not have moral high ground over Hitler?
I don't know. I literally was scrolling and I just stumbled upon.
I could tell you, in order for me to not have moral high ground over Hitler, right, I would have to kill a number of people less than 12 million, and B, my actions would indirectly have to kill a total amount of people less than 100 million. So if I don't at least kill 12 million people through my direct actions and 100 million people through my indirect actions, I have moral high ground over Hitler. So when you told me that you don't know if I have moral high ground over Hitler, do you think that I've possibly killed over 12 million people?
I mean, no, I was like, it was kind of like an insult. Like, I don't know, like, it wasn't I
Oh,
wasn't
so
really.
you're just being like snarky.
Yeah, it
Okay,
was.
okay. So do I have moral high ground over Hitler?
Yes,
Do I
I
have
would think.
moral high ground over Mussolini?
I would think
Do I
so.
have moral high ground over Jeffrey Dahmer?
I would think so.
So all that you're telling me is that I'm completely justified in assuming that I have moral high ground over people that have done really bad things that I haven't done. And that's why I have moral high ground over
I'm
Trump, and
talking
that's why
about
I have
like
moral high ground over a
average
significant amount of
team.
Trump supporters. Thank you.
I am talking. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. The
The
average
logic doesn't
day-to-day
change.
person.
The logic seriously does not change.
Okay, you think you have moral high ground over somebody because in your eyes they just voted for a rapist, a fascist, whatever terms you want to throw out there.
Well, I don't want you to project your thoughts of what I think onto me. I'd prefer you to ask what I
Okay,
think.
but that's
I
what you
would
have
like to
done this
clarify.
whole entire.
I would like to clarify that my position is very, simple. It's that a vote for Trump is a vote for the worst presidential candidate in modern American history, possibly
Okay,
one
but
of the
that's what
worst.
you would think.
And that's what we're here to debate. So tell me why I'm wrong. So why was Trump a better pick for the presidency compared to Kamala Harris?
Well, why, why would you think Kamala Harris is better? Let's just start with that.
So let's pivot. Let's start with a pivot. That's fine. I could tell you it's because she had better domestic policy, better foreign policy, and better character. In a nutshell, her tax policy actually worked for the average American. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's economic policy as a whole worked against the average American. She was better for foreign relations. She hasn't lied about a conversation with the president of Mexico, basically imposed tariffs on Canada and Mexico, then pulled the plug
Okay,
last
and they
second, backing
work.
off. Worked in how?
They already. What's the word? They already.
Okay, so you don't know how they work. So stop saying like baseless shit that you know nothing about. Should I continue? Or like let you try to stumble upon your words to tell me how the tariffs worked?
Okay, go ahead. You don't have to be insulting.
Girl, you said that you don't know if I'm better than Hitler. Like I'm so like fine.
It's
I guess
just
I'll reset.
It's just very
Obviously,
condescending in the way you speak.
well, obviously I am going to intentionally be condescending to somebody that has said things to me like you have. I think that a big issue, right, that I face in these day-to-day discussions is that I give other people the same energy that they give to me. Okay? And for whatever reason, so many people take an issue with that. I told you at the beginning of this conversation that I was more than willing to be kind, to be nice, to be generous, just have a good faith discussion. But then as soon as you're like, oh, different perspectives on human rights, Dean may be worse than Hitler. Like, there's absolutely no reason for me to reciprocate anything but that same energy back to you, right, through something like condescension. And I don't think that there's a big issue with that. Now, if you do think that there's a big issue with that, all that you're really communicating to me is that you don't like how you treat others because I'm treating you how you're treating me. So should I get back to what I was saying? Should we hit a hard reset on the convo? Can we both agree to be a little bit more human?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So going back to what I was saying, I believe that she has better domestic foreign policy and character. With the domestic policy, she just simply had housing affordability policy. Donald Trump didn't. She just simply had long-term immigration policy over the southern border. Donald Trump didn't.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding.
What do you mean? She was already in control of the southern border, and we've had millions and millions of people come in.
Phenomenal. So when you say she's in control of the southern border, you're calling her that border czar thing, right?
Well, when a
Emily,
president,
thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate that.
when a president is put into office and he has a vice president, they are served jobs, and then her job was our southern border. And
It's actually wrong.
okay,
I'll tell you what it is it related to the border. So she was tasked with diplomatically working with Southern Latin American countries to reduce socioeconomic crises in their own countries, to reduce incentivization for migration to America, and she did so successfully. She decreased migration from Guatemala by upwards of 50% through diplomatic relations with Guatemala. Now, if you just want to reference the existence of the border under the Biden-Harris administration, I do not believe that they were culpable for causing any crisis. We knew that we'd see an upsurge in crossings when Title 42 expired. Title 42 expired. Their first reaction was to then influence bipartisan legislation to reduce the impact of the crisis through Congress. They were able to do so successfully. We had the first bipartisan border bill in modern American history on the floor of the House. Trump told Republicans to vote against it, even though it was a good bill, simply so the Democrats didn't win, ultimately making it fail. So my question to you is, if we were family members sitting around the dinner table on Thanksgiving, and you tasked me with going to the grocery store to pick up a turkey, and on my way home I got T-boned by a drunk driver, whose fault is it that that turkey never hit the dinner table? My fault or the drunk driver's fault?
See, ridiculous hypotheticals.
A ridiculous hypothetical that serves in conceptual relevance. Since you won't answer it, I will. Obviously, it would be the fault of the drunk driver that I never got that turkey home, because they were the one that T-boned me, sidelined me, torpedoed my task that I was in the process of fulfilling. Very similarly, when Biden and Harris were in the process of passing that bipartisan border bill through Congress, and Donald Trump told the Republicans to torpedo it because he didn't want the Democrats to take a win, all of a sudden, the reason why we didn't have effective border policy under Biden and Harris was a direct consequence of Donald Trump's intentional goal to stop it from passing. Meaning, if anything, the continuation of the crisis under the Biden-Harris administration was directly Donald Trump's fault.
Okay, but what about them giving the immigrants aid, housing, when there's millions of people who have lost their homes in the Palisade fires, the North Carolina hurricane?
Yeah, I hate this argument because you start acting like you care about people in need. Name one policy.
I do.
Name one policy that Trump or any Republican has passed in modern American history that was specifically designed to help individuals of low income status.
Well, actually, he already put all those people in North Carolina in furnished apartments.
So helping out individuals that were hurt by hurricanes.
Well, no, what about, oh my God.
So can you name a policy? No, you fucking can't. So stop acting like you care about people in need. Now, going back to what I said, undocumented migrants are not receiving free housing. You're talking about asylum seekers for their first 6 to 12 months in America. Asylum is a legal process.
What do you do for people in need, Dean?
What do I do for people in need? I don't feel like boasting like what I do for people in need through like the use of my income. I don't like that.
Because do you?
Yes.
Why don't you give them housing?
Why don't I house individuals?
Open your home up. Open your home up.
Why?
Because if you think these people are more important than the Americans who don't have homes.
Okay, so you expect more out of Dean Withers than our federal government, who takes in close to $8 trillion per year. Nice.
Okay, that's why we have Doge.
So now you want to pivot to Doge? Wait, I have a question. Do you think that there should be an open border between Nevada and New Mexico?
It's state to state.
So the answer to my question is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, so should a random family living in Nevada that also thinks there should be an open border between them and New Mexico just have to allow any New Mexican residents to live in their house? Take them in? The answer to that question is no. So, oh my God. So let me make this clear. So if an individual in Nevada, right, supports aid and assistance and an open border to individuals from New Mexico, right, they don't need to take them into their house. But then as soon as Dean is like, first, just the funding from our federal government is spent on asylum seekers, which is a legal process of migration. All of a sudden you're like, Dean, you should take them into your house, even though I haven't even given my stance.
I just think
so how about you go ahead and let me get back to giving my position while you just listen here for a moment. Okay. I want you to name one federal program that benefits undocumented migrants.
Not anymore.
Name one that has ever existed.
I don't know. I don't do this all day, Dean.
Nice. Now, how much do undocumented migrants pay in tax per year?
Nothing.
Fucking false. In the fiscal year of
Nothing. Are you serious? They're undocumented.
Undocumented migrants paid $95.6 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in the fiscal year of 2023 alone.
I think
also,
that
Chris and
our
Harry, thank you guys
government...
for the rant. No, now you don't pivot and you respond to that. You're sitting over here telling me that undocumented migrants in America. Now you listen to me. You listen to me. You're sitting over here and telling me that undocumented migrants in America are subsidized by your tax dollars and are completely dependent upon our federal government to live. Meanwhile, they paid $100 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in the fiscal year of 2023 alone, while virtually receiving no benefits apart from funding from Medicaid for emergency services in American hospitals because of a 2015 bill that was passed for humanitarian needs. So
No.
I want to get this straight. You actually benefit more off of the tax dollars paid by undocumented migrants than they benefit off of the tax dollars paid by you, me, and any other citizen in our country. So if anything, undocumented migrants are subsidizing you and me. We're not subsidizing them. So how about, how about it's the undocumented migrants that want to kick all of us out because we are living off of the tax dollars they paid that they don't personally benefit off of themselves? How do you feel about that argument?
I don't even know where your argument ever goes. Like,
Is it because of the three glasses of wine?
no, I just got off of work. Maybe you should go and get a real job.
Oh, what? What's a real job?
Working instead of debating on TikTok Live. You're a panhandler.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, first of all, let's clarify here. I don't want to eat an example. I want a definition. So could you define real job?
Going to work and contributing to society.
Contributing to society. So when you say going to work, every morning I open up the door to my studio and I sit down and I go on live. Contributions to society, education, and entertainment. So in accordance with your own standards, I have a real job.
But what do you say? Like, don't you want more than a purpose, like, than this?
This is the most purposeful thing I have done in my life. Being
I
able to
would
come on
just
here
think
every
that,
single
like,
day.
it would not
and-
be good for a person's mental health to be arguing constantly every single day.
Okay, well, that's a fair point. It's really not that good for my mental health to be arguing every single day, but I love what I do nonetheless. And just because what I do is not good for my mental health sometimes, it doesn't discount it being a real job, nor does it make it equate to panhandling. What is panhandling? Why do you think I'm a panhandler? Yo, also Erica, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal for the panhandling. Thank you so much for the love, Erica. Everybody, please show some love to Erica down below in that chat. And Alberto, thank you so much for the dinosaur. If you guys are watching the stream and you do want us to support, you can find my PayPal through the link tree in my bio on TikTok, or you can support me through Super Chat or PayPal over on YouTube. Guys, thank you so much for the love. Go ahead.
That was actually pretty funny.
What was funny?
Oh, you weren't doing that, like, ironically.
Oh, Ashley, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal for the real job. Thank you so much for the love, Ashley. Let's get 100 W's for Ashley. Yes, no, I was unironically thanking somebody for a donation.
Okay,
Yeah.
Dean,
One moment. Mike, thank you for the $5 YouTube super chat. Here's my panhandling fee. And Chelsea with the $3 Canadian for the grifting. Thank you.
All right, well, I honestly didn't want to come in here to get a huge reaction out
Kate
of
with
you.
the
I didn't want
$5
to
over on Venmo
argue.
for the, over on YouTube super chat for the panhandling. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting you. I just also have to thank V6 with the $10 over on YouTube super chat for the W panhandling. Thank you for the love, V6. That's very kind of you.
All right. May I go on?
Yeah, no, I just really wanted to thank the individuals for supporting the grift. Just one more. I really got to thank Zenova for the $10 over on YouTube super chat for the panhandling tax. Thank you,
Damn,
Zenova.
I shouldn't have said that. Now all your followers are like really popping off for you.
Yeah, that tends to happen. It's always very bad because you get mad, right, and then you accuse me of being a grifter, and then everybody likes to have fun with that, and it just always ends up like never going your way. Yeah.
Damn. Well, I didn't want to come in here and argue. I just wanted to find common ground on something, and I just want America to be the safest, best country in the world, and I would hope you would want that too.
Do you care about the American economy?
I would say so, yes.
Poke, thank you so much for the $5 over on YouTube super chat straight from the DNC, as well as Stephanie with the $15 over on PayPal for the panhandle tax. W's for Stephanie and W's for Poke in the live chats, y'all. So if you care about about the American economy, and you want to make sure that America has the best economy on earth, well, then maybe you should agree with me by standing against mass deportation of all undocumented migrants. If we were to just deport undocumented migrants that had committed violent crimes while offering non-violent undocumented migrants pathways to residency or citizenship, we'd be able to grow and scale the American economy because they already pay $100 billion in taxes per year on an undocumented status. You give them citizenship, all of a sudden they have more bargaining power with their employer, meaning they'll be getting paid fair wages so they could pay more in taxes and add more to our GDP. And in the next 10 years, migrants alone are expected to add $1.7 trillion. So let's, reinvigorate the American economy, get back to the golden age of our country, offer undocumented migrants pathway to residency or citizenship, and will only expedite further GDP growth. If we go through with a mass deportation, all of a sudden we're reducing our federal revenues, all of a sudden we're reducing GDP growth, and we're having to spend $175 billion just to get that done.
Okay, well, you can throw statistics at me, but I voted based off of the people I care about and what I think is important in this country. And I know a lot of people who are immigrants or came as refugees in this country, and now they are citizens. And from what they tell me, I do not. What they tell me,
Come on.
well, sorry, I start reading the comments and then I get sidetracked because
Well, while you're trying to remember what you're thinking about, I'd like to thank Regina with the 10 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat. Say to keep on doing what you do. Thank you so much. As well as Shadow with the $5 for the panhandling, and Will with the USAID panhandling cult dues. Thank you for the love, Will. And Jory with the 50 big ones over on PayPal. Holy crap, Jory. That is Jorie. Thank you for the $50 donation. That is so incredibly kind of you. Let's get at least 500 big W Jories in all of the live chats. Thank you so very much, as well as Alexandria with the $25 donation over on PayPal saying activism through education. I really appreciate you for the love, Alexandria. Let's get 250 big W Alexandrias and 500 big W Joys in those live chats. Now go ahead and take it away. Do you remember what you wanted to say?
yes. Well, I just think that the people I know who have immigrated here from other countries, they voted for Trump because they are watching America turn into the country that they left.
Through what metric is, okay, obviously what you're positing there is that America's getting worse. That's what you mean when you say that. Is
Well, yeah.
You think that you perceive that America's getting worse, and when you say oh, these other countries that people are leaving, they're obviously worse than America. That's what you're saying. So let's just let's just brass tacks here. You're saying that they observe America getting worse. That's why they voted for Trump. So under what metric has America gotten worse? Or
Just
is getting worse?
socialism, communism.
Socialism and
Too
communism. Can you
Too
define
much
socialism?
government power.
Wait, well, one moment. Can you define socialism and communism for me?
Oh my gosh, I am not a human
Give me your
Webster.
definition. Give me your definition of socialism and communism.
where everyone lives under the federal government. Everyone gets paid the same, taxed the same. There's no middle class.
So according to you, communism is everyone's under a federal government where they're paid and taxed the same. So communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. So under communism, there would be no federal government. There would be nobody getting paid because money doesn't exist, and nobody would be getting taxed because they wouldn't be taxed on something that doesn't exist. So now that we understand that all three criteria of the definition of communism you just gave me were actually contradictory to that of what communism actually is, does this mean that under your own worldview, you would think that we're getting further away from communism? Because we're heading towards more money in the pockets of people, more tax on that money, and more federal government oversight.
No, you think that the American people are freer than they were?
Oh, dude. Right now? No,
Yeah.
no, absolutely not. I think that we were much freer when we had Roe v. Wade instituted, protecting all 170 million American women and girls' right to choose on the federal level. But Donald Trump stripped those freedoms away.
That's on a federal level. That's not being free.
Okay, so after we added a constitutional
Okay, but Roe
amendment-
v. Wade would be okay. If we're going to talk hypotheticals, hypothetically,
what I gave you was not
if
hypothetical.
a super conservative Christian president became into office, he could illegalize abortion.
Legalize.
Huh?
Illegalize. Nice.
Okay, abortion on a federal level. Now that Roe v. Wade is overturned, that will not be possible.
What? Yeah, what?
Because it's the powers up to the states.
Okay, you're confused. So, do you know what the
No.
Dobbs decision is?
No.
Thank you guys for the gift. So, the Dobbs decision was a Supreme Court decision that rescinded Roe v. Wade. Okay? And in the Dobbs decision, no, they did not just send it back to the people and their state level representatives. They send it back to the people and their representatives, meaning that legislation can be drafted by the states if not already determined on the federal level.
We
Yet
vote
the
for those
federal government-
representatives.
Yet the federal government can pass federal legislation to either criminalize or federally legalize access to abortion. Meaning that if Kamala Harris were elected, she could have passed legislation through Congress to federally protect, through the use of federal law, all American women and girls access to abortion.
Okay.
So it was actually only under Roe v. Wade that a super conservative Christian president would not be able to criminalize access to abortion, as at that point it was constitutionally protected.
Well,
and
we
the Constitution
elected
supersedes federal
representatives.
law.
So if anything, that's giving more power into our hands.
And do you like that?
Yes.
Okay, would we have even more power into our hands if we put slavery back to the states?
No, that should never be on the table.
Okay, well, if putting slavery back down to the
Okay,
states
but
doesn't
that's
give us
another
more power,
hypothetical
then how
that
come
is
giving
just
abortion back to the
ridiculous,
states give us
Dean.
more power? I mean, couldn't the
Okay.
same things just be said about sending slavery back down to the states? Just we
Okay.
elect those representatives, puts more power into the hands of the people?
That is a ridiculous hypothetical.
Is it
Again,
ridiculous because slavery is a human rights violation?
it's because
Kiara, thank you for the galaxy. And would you say that human rights violations should never be
hopefully
determined
we
by
are
state
smart
governments?
enough. Honestly, if we want to talk about modern day slavery,
I actually don't want to hear what a white conservative woman considers to be modern day slavery. I am good off of that, chief. Now, going back to what I said, do you think that human rights violations should not be left up to the states to legislate?
what would be considered a human rights violation
Good question.
on
Violating somebody's
in your perspective?
violating somebody's bodily autonomy without any good
Okay,
reason
yes.
would be one.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think that banning abortion before 20 weeks in elective lethal circumstances is violating somebody's bodily autonomy without any reason. Meaning that since it's a human rights violation, right, it should not be left up to the states and it should be protected on the federal level. The only way that you could supersede this claim is by demonstrating a good reason for the bodily autonomy violation on that of a woman trying to get an abortion by positing the idea that abortion's murder. That's the
Okay.
only way you'd be able to argue that it should be left up to the states. So do you believe that abortion is murder?
Yes, but I am pro-choice.
I've never understood that view, but like Slay, I guess, like you're like, it is murder, but I think murder should be legal. I guess
No,
I'm
it's
okay with that
more
because like yeah, sure, there's like a logic, like there's
circumstantial.
like a logical contradiction
Okay.
there, but like
No,
I mean, at
I
least
just
the outcome's good, right?
Okay, no, I just think it's circumstantial. I think that nowadays abortion is more pushed and used as birth control, and I think that it's a human responsibility. You are responsible for your body. A woman can only get pregnant 3 days out of the month.
Go tell that to women.
I am a woman. Do you not think I'm wrong? Do you not think I'm wrong?
247 WTF. Thank you so much for the subscription.
You know women only ovulate 3 or 4 days out of the month.
I thought the typical ovulation cycle like occurs around like day 14 of the 28-day menstrual cycle, and it can vary depending upon the individual woman. And the fertile window typically lasts for about 6 days a month, but that can be extended up to 10. Or at least that's what PubMed thinks, because I'm just reading off my computer.
Okay, Dean, are you going to argue with me over a woman's bodily autonomy? Is that where we're at now?
Yes, we are. Yep, absolutely. So why? So I want you to give me every single reason why you think that abortion is wrong.
I don't think it's wrong in every circumstance.
I know, but what about elective circumstances where a man and a woman know what sex is, know that it can lead to pregnancy, woman consents to sex, gets pregnant, doesn't have any medical concerns, and wants to abort it? Do you think that's wrong?
Yes.
Why? Name every
Because
single
if
reason why
they're-
that's wrong.
If they are financially capable, they should take responsibility. Yes.
Okay, can you name any other reason why it's wrong? I want to extend this mic to you for as long as you want it to literally give me every single fucking reason that you could think of why abortion is wrong. So name every single reason that you could think of that why abortion is wrong.
Because it's murder. What do you mean why it's wrong?
What is murder?
Killing someone.
Okay, so killing something's murder?
Yeah, I said someone.
Someone?
Yes.
So when you say somebody, do you just mean a human?
Yes.
Okay, do all humans have the same amount of value under your worldview?
Yes.
Okay, so if you murder somebody, you should definitely go to jail, right?
Yes.
For how long?
Depends on the circumstance.
That you intentionally murder somebody.
See,
for
okay,
fun.
but this, okay, that's what I meant.
Let me just ask you a question.
Intentionally.
If
First degree murder,
if
life.
somebody intentionally murders somebody for fun, you should get life in prison.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when does human life start?
I don't know. I don't think anybody knows.
97% of biologists say at the moment of conception. Do you agree with that?
I don't know. I just don't see it as black and white as like I'm just tired of politics being so
how
black
about-
and white.
Well, how about we start somebody somewhere else? I bet that we could use our deductive reasoning skills to reason when life starts. So when human life starts. So when does life start?
I would say I don't know. I really go back and forth on it.
What? Okay. What do you just give me an answer? Well, my answer is conception.
I mean,
when do you think
I
life
think
starts?
that a woman, if she is single and financially incapable,
Whoa,
and
we'll get back to the abortion discussion, but first I want to be able to run my counter argument, which
Okay,
would
go
require us to discover when life starts. So when does human life start?
when do you think it starts?
At the moment of
The
conception.
second. Okay, so you don't think abortion is murder, though?
I don't. So now, could you tell me when you think life starts?
I would say the moment of conception as well. But
Great. That's all I need to know. So human
I'm
life
not-
starts at the moment of conception. You think that it is murder to kill an innocent human. And all human lives are just as valuable as one another. You know, a zygote's just as valuable as me. And if you intentionally murder an innocent human, regardless of their stage in development, you should get life in prison. So my question is,
Well, no.
if I had a petri dish in my hand with a unicellular human zygote on it that's alive, and I slapped the shit out of it, intentionally killing it, should I go to prison for the rest of my life?
if it was a human zygote,
Yep.
whose is it?
I don't know. Let's just say
Someone
that.
else's? If it's someone else's, yeah.
Wait, no. Let's just say that it's me and my girlfriend's.
Okay, then I guess no, because that would be the same thing as abortion. And I said,
Wait, so we should just be able to kill our kids? What's the difference between like me slapping that zygote, a woman getting an abortion, or like my parents like literally walking in the studio right now and snapping my neck? What's the
well,
difference?
no, I was saying your zygote, not your
okay.
kids, your parents killing your kids.
So now that we recognize that a zygote's not a kid and significantly less morally valuable than a kid, right?
Okay, this is why I'm saying I don't see
Awesome,
it as
phenomenal. I feel the same way. That's also why that's also my identical thoughts on a fetus. I value a fetus just as much as I value a zygote, because what I think attributes, significant moral value would be that of like a conscious experience, which neither a zygote nor a fetus have. Those begin at about 20 weeks.
Okay, well, I just don't see it as black and white because me personally, I don't think morally I could live with an abortion. If someone else feels they need an abortion, honestly, my political beliefs is I don't give a fuck what you're doing and don't involve me in it. That's where I stand.
Okay, if you don't give a fuck what anybody else is doing, why do we need laws at all?
Okay, but here we go again.
I'm so sorry for like asking like valid, genuine questions that
Well,
just
like
kind of
you
pop
just
out.
like go so
I'm just-
far with an argument, and I
Fine,
just
fine, whatever. Just drop it, okay? Amara, thank you for the $10 donation over on PayPal. Don with a $10 donation saying kicker, question mark. Lillian with a
Alright,
$5
get
donation.
your
Ryan
bag.
with a $5 donation. Kira with a $5 donation for the panhandling. And Cassandra with the $2.
get your bag.
Real quick. Do you have any other arguments that you'd like to run?
No, I guess not.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for coming
Wanted
up.
to find common ground. Have a good night, Dean.
You as well. Yo, what's up, Teach You Trump? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
We've already spoken, and I think that you're driving, so we're going to move on to the next guest. You guys spam MAGA down below in that live chat if you want to come up. We have a constant rotation of guests up here. What is up, Kat? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did vote for Trump.
Yeah, what time is it?
What do you mean? What time is it?
I mean, what do you mean? What do I mean? I asked a very clear question. What time is it?
Why would you need to know the time if you not got a device in front of you right now?
Because I don't think that you're in America. Either answer the question or you're going to get kicked.
Why? Why do you not think I'm in America?
Because of your British accent. Stop playing dumb. We're moving on. Everybody, spam MAGA in that chat if you want to come up. What is going on, Boxer? Did you vote for Trump?
Oh my god, I'm in.
Boxer,
Hello?
did you vote for Trump?
Nah,
Jacob,
I'm not
did you
even
vote for
voting.
Trump?
I did.
Phenomenal. Jacob, why did you vote for Trump?
Because, like, sorry, I was surprised I even got in here. It's been a while. I've requested a bunch of times. I'd say the biggest cause is me as a person. I believe I try to lean down the middle of beliefs. I try not to pull to one side or the other, which I think is a fair stance. But the whole circumstances with who the Democrats put up for election. So obviously we had Joe Biden. They didn't think that he was going to win, right?
Yeah, so you got issues with Kamala Harris. So why did you not like Kamala Harris?
I just don't think as like a Democrat party, and this is me being an independent rooting for like, you know what, Democrats put in your best person is during the 2016, she didn't even make it past the primaries. Okay. She got in with Joe Biden. All right.
You mean
What
in,
makes
you mean
it
in
so that-
2020, right? She didn't make
sorry,
it past the
yeah,
primaries
sorry.
in 2020.
Yeah.
Do you know why she didn't make it past the primaries in 2020?
Enlighten me.
Because Joe Biden, the last Democratic vice president, was also in the primaries.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. But
Yeah.
she
thank
didn't
you.
make it as far as multiple people that were running for the Democrat Party.
Because she dropped out of the primaries because the last Democratic vice president, who was obviously going to win the primaries, had offered her a spot on his administration if he were to win the presidency. She
All right,
made
okay,
like
so-
the smartest decision ever.
Yeah, but even in her polls, like she wasn't doing well from the start. And like you said, it was because
Everybody wanted Biden. Like he was,
Yeah,
he
because
was
everyone-
he
because
was the
everyone wanted
vice
Biden.
president on one of the most popular administrations that we've ever had.
And I'd agree with that statement too. I mean, like the Obama administration.
So
did a lot
now
of things.
tell me why she was a bad candidate, because just saying that people didn't support her in 2020 is not.
I didn't. No. All right, let me get to my point.
Do you have a
All right. So I think that the throwing her in there, yeah, they had the best chance scenario. But when as a majority, people didn't see the best part of her in the primaries of the original election. Why should we have all of our faith in here? And can I pause for a second and ask you a question?
No, because I want to ask you a question. You're not
All right.
actually telling me any reason why she's a bad candidate. You're literally
All right,
just
no,
saying
no,
that people
you're
didn't.
asking me.
So
you're
now let
asking-
me finish.
Yep.
You're just telling me that people did not support Kamala Harris in the 2020 primaries. Okay.
Yep.
I do not think that a populist support for an individual tells us how good or bad that individual is. Who is the better candidate in the 2020 election? To you, was it Biden or Trump?
Trump.
Who won the election getting a higher level of populist support?
Biden, and that's what the people thought.
Biden, exactly. And has there ever been a individual that has run for president that got more votes than Biden in 2020?
No.
No, so that would mean, in accordance with your argument, that populist support dictates validity of one's ability as a president. That would mean that Biden has literally been the best president our country's ever had. So obviously you reject that argument as well. So give me some other reasons apart from a lack of populist support in the 2020 primaries to demonstrate that Kamala Harris was a bad candidate. Like, I don't even know why I need to explain. I don't understand why people are even coming up and make that argument because I'm pretty sure like what I just explained. Hopefully that shouldn't
Well,
be
no,
intuitive
and
to, like,
okay,
99%
and
of
I'm
people.
not saying that she was a bad, like, did I say that ever was like, specifically say that she was a bad candidate?
So you
I
told me
said
that you
I
voted for Trump over Kamala Harris because you did not like Kamala Harris. I'm going to go ahead and ask you why Kamala Harris was a worse presidential candidate than Trump one last time. If you do not answer the question, given your last opportunity, I will go ahead and move on to our next guest. I feel as if I've just had you up here for about 1 or 2 minutes now, and you've told us absolutely nothing, and you've just been stalling from the inevitable result that you don't know why you voted for Trump over Harris. But I obviously want you to be able to prove me wrong here, and I want you to be able to go ahead and tell me why you believe that Donald Trump was a better candidate than Kamala Harris. Keep in mind this won't concern any populist support in this election or last election, and we've already demonstrated why. Tell me why Kamala Harris was the worst option compared to Trump.
because she had multiple policies that had great face value but little impact. Like, take the housing credit, for example. That, okay, great idea in the beginning, but that only incentivizes builders to increase housing price. That only allows for it to be more. That's just one example. But there's multiple of these things like, all right, we're going to give a child tax credit. Oh, it's only $1,000 more than Trump. All right, great, awesome. But like as an independent person, like I just don't see where she had the greater benefit over Trump.
Okay, so you literally just explained how she had a benefit over Trump, and when you were explaining the child tax credit.
No.
So no, let me speak. Oh my
Okay,
God,
okay.
stop it.
No. Ooh.
So you literally just explained how she had better policy than Donald Trump. You were literally like, it's only more than Trump. It's hard for me to put this into words because
How's it a better policy though? How's it a better policy though?
Because it was more.
So, I'm saying
when we're
Okay,
about
wait.
so
Sorry. Yeah,
the
no, I'll
point of
let
a
you
child
talk.
tax credit is to give families with children more money to reduce things such as childhood poverty. Obviously, if one candidate is running on a certain amount of money and then the other candidate is running on that same amount of money plus some, obviously that second candidate is going to have a better child tax credit than the first candidate, right?
Okay, right. That was a bad point.
So
Go back. No.
had
Go
me-
back to the housing credit though. Go back to the housing credit though.
Of course, you were saying that her $25,000 subsidy was going to bump up the price of new construction, and somehow this was a bad thing. You just don't know what you're talking about. The $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers buying newly developed properties was supposed to increase the price of new construction marginally to allow for housing developers to have more incentive to create more houses. Okay. However, that marginal impact that it would have had on the price of new construction was supposed to be less than the $25,000 granted to these first-time home buyers. So all things considered, they'd have more reason than not to go buy a new house, even if it costs marginally more, because it costs less when we'd factor that $25,000 into account, meaning that we'd have more incentivization for individuals to go out and buy new houses, giving more incentivization to developers to go out and build new houses. The long-term impact of this, once we reduce and get rid of the $25,000 subsidy, by product also getting rid of that constructed demand for new houses, would decrease the price of new construction, meaning that in 4 to 8 years, all of a sudden, we have more houses with lower prices. So just in a nutshell, it decreases new construction, the price of new construction in the short term, because the $25,000 subsidy overwhelms the marginal increase in the new construction, and it decreases the price of new construction in the long term, because once we get rid of that subsidy, that artificial demand drops off, meaning prices of new construction do as well.
Fair enough. That's a great.
Yeah. So
okay, we can agree with that. Okay.
So you just told me that Kamala Harris was the worst candidate compared to Trump for two policies that we have now agreed were good. So where did we go from
All
there?
right. Okay. Yeah. So can we go on from there?
Yeah. So why was Trump a better candidate?
All right. No. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So can you name one thing that like you would agree with on the other side?
Name one thing that I agree with about Trump.
Yeah. Can you name one thing?
Yeah, I agreed with Operation Warp Speed, the right to Triac, and I agree with the sentiment of reducing unnecessary government spending, but it's obviously been implemented completely wrong.
Okay, what's your thoughts on that?
So now tell me why you think that Trump is a better candidate.
Because I feel like he had more of a push to decrease government spending.
False.
And I know you'll bring up taxes or whatever.
Kimberly, thank you for the $5 over YouTube super chat. Who spent more during their first administrations, Trump and Vance, or Biden and Harris?
Because of COVID, but
So who spent more?
Trump because of COVID,
So
and
we were
then
to
the
account
Biden
for-
administration
so
for
one-
those
one moment.
policies.
So if we were to account for COVID, would you say that Biden and Harris would have spent more?
Say that again.
So you're saying that Trump spent more because of COVID. So if we accounted and ignored COVID expenditure, would you say that Biden spent more?
I'm gonna guess that I'm wrong, but sure.
You are wrong. And you can
Okay.
fact check this yourself by looking up the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. You could look up CRBF, Trump versus Biden, federal government expenditure. What you'll see is that Donald Trump spent $8.6 trillion in his first 4 years. Biden and Harris spent $4.6 trillion. When we account for COVID, Donald Trump spent $4.8 trillion and Biden and Harris spent $2.2 trillion. Okay, meaning that if we ignore COVID-related expenditure for Trump and include COVID-related expenditure for Biden and Harris, Trump still spent more.
Interesting.
Yeah. So if you
Yeah,
care
this
about
is-
government
this is-
expenditure, probably shouldn't vote for Trump.
Starting now. So if we take out the last 2 years, which party do you think had the better insight on reducing government spending in the last election?
Good question, Kamala Harris. Donald Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years will cost more than every single penny spent by the Biden-Harris administration in the last 4, and every single penny that would have been spent via Kamala Harris's proposed policy in the election.
All right, I know that the Doge, if we're bringing up Doge, and that has a limit on how much they can actually spend, and I know you probably disagree with how they're going about it. I have my opinions on it as well. Was that taken into account when they were looking at the original report?
Yeah, so Elon Musk said the most Doge could ever cut from federal government expenditure is $2 trillion. That is obviously going to be the most biased source that you could find for said information. It's likely to be much lower. But if we trust him for his word and just take $2 trillion off of Trump's estimated expenditure through his one bill, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, he will still be adding $6.3 trillion estimated by the CBO to our government's debt in the next 10 years, which is significantly more than all of Kamala Harris's proposed policies still, and still significantly more than every penny spent by the Biden-Harris administration.
So
So
is he
even when we
talking two-
factor Doge into account, Donald Trump still has an overwhelmingly large upward pressure on government expenditure compared to Harris with no Doge.
Is that taken year over year into consideration of the long-term effects of Doge?
Yes, that's going to be like the 10-year versus 10-year delineation.
So he's saying that the most they could ever save over the 10 years with Doge cuts would be $2 trillion.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
So no more argument from there. So how about I ask you a question?
All right, sure.
Phenomenal. My question to you is, do you think that a migrant that shows up to a southern port of entry on our border that's been held civilly liable for violent sexual abuse should be let into the country by our Border Patrol?
No.
No. Would you say that it's fair for me to assume that there should be stricter regulations to become president compared to become a citizen?
I heard this argument before. It's a endless loophole. You're going to bring up the point of...
So how about you answer the question, please?
I think that there should be harder regulations to become a president.
Phenomenal. See, there's only an endless loophole with that last guess because she was
Yep,
playing
because
dumb.
they just kept rambling. Yeah, it was annoying.
So it should be harder to become president than a citizen. You shouldn't be able to become a citizen if you're held liable for rape. So obviously you shouldn't be able to become president if you're held liable for rape, yeah?
Yeah, and I have no problem with in the future or even in this administration making the laws so that someone who's been found liable for that can't do it.
So you just told me that Trump shouldn't have been able to become president. Is there
I'm not
anything that
saying
Kamala Harris...
I'm not saying that he shouldn't have been able to, but if someone wants to introduce
you
legislation,
did, because he's been held civilly liable for violent and sexual abuse.
I said if someone wants to start the legislation for that, or if I misspoke and said that I'm okay with that, then sure, yeah, so be it.
So I'm asking you what you think should be the case. So it should be the case that individuals that are held liable for rape shouldn't become president, yeah?
Sure, then that contradicts me voting for Trump.
Yeah, the conclusion of that is that
yeah.
Donald Trump shouldn't have been able to become president. So let me ask you, has Kamala Harris done anything that you believe should have disqualified her from becoming president?
No, I don't think she has.
So Kamala Harris should have been able to become president. Donald Trump shouldn't have been able to become president. All that you're telling me here is that all things considered, Kamala Harris was qualified for the presidency, and Donald Trump should have been disqualified from the presidency.
That's speaking on a hypothetical. If you're taking the laws into consideration, then they're both eligible to become president.
Yeah,
now,
but you
are we
don't,
taking
but
a
you don't
hypothetical in
drive
the
your
future?
reasons why you vote for a candidate with a law. You drive your reasons why you vote for a candidate predicated on what you think should or shouldn't be the case. So we're merely talking about what you think should or shouldn't be the case and how those motivations would drive your reasoning skills in determining who you should vote for. In retrospect, you're essentially telling me here that you regret voting for Trump because in your best version of our world, you should have been disqualified from running for presidency. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris was perfectly qualified. So obviously you're going to vote for the candidate that's qualified compared to the candidate that you think should have been disqualified, yeah?
Sure.
So you're all that you're telling me is that you should have voted for Kamala Harris. Do you have any contention?
I mean, I guess under those circumstances, then I should have.
See what I mean? When you be intellectually honest, all of a sudden you yield the
Yeah,
conclusion
if you be
you should have voted
intellectually
for Trump and
honest,
you
but
should
if
have
you
voted for
take,
Harris, and I appreciate that from you.
yeah, I mean, like I said, I've never been like one to pull one way right side or way left side. Like I try to be independent as possible. And you brought up some
All
good
right.
points.
Well, we just kind of yielded the conclusion there that you admit that you should have voted for Harris. Is there anything else that you want to go over here?
What was I gonna bring up? I guess one thing I did want to bring up is like you talk about like what is the word that you said? You educate people through activism. I think that was like someone that you said through
Yeah,
there.
somebody donated me and said that. Yeah, I feel as
And
if education is super important, man.
yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And I agree with like the whole part of you being like out there and activating for like what you stand for and whatever. Do you ever feel like there's like a point in like this country right now, like obviously this country's extremely divided. Would you say I'm wrong?
Very, very divided.
Okay, so if we're talking in the future, wouldn't you feel like it'd be more beneficial as a country to open conversations so that people become more connected instead of divided? Because I feel like, and obviously this would be a point that
Bro,
like you would agree with because you have your own ideas.
Dude, the whole point of my platform is to have more conversation. Of course,
Yeah, more conversation.
Of course, I'm going to say that.
But
I don't think it's a lack of conversation that causes division. I think it's that it's a disagreement on human rights that causes division, and it's conversation that could end disagreements on human rights, given that we act in good faith and try to be more rational. The only reason conversation would lead to less division is because conversation would hopefully prove to a significant portion of Americans that maybe we should support a woman's right to choose. Maybe we shouldn't support ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Maybe we shouldn't support regressive taxation policy. Maybe we should advocate for like higher child tax credits, etc. And when we start yielding those conclusions on the broader macro landscape, political landscape in America, that is when division will fall. But all right, man, I'm going to move on to the next guest, and I do appreciate you for joining me.
yep.
Have a good one. We're going to go and get that next guest up in here, you guys. Penguin, thank you so much for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying here for the third stream in a row. How's your day going, Dean? Honestly, it's a pretty good day so far, and I appreciate you for that love. For the 9.6 thousand people hanging out in the TikTok stream, wow, we have so many people in here. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen for me. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes. And if you want to support the stream and you're watching over on TikTok, you can find my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. It's a way to support me, support the stream, keep it going for 4 hours every single day. I'll also be able to give you a shout out, read off your name, and read any attached message. Now, if you want to support me and you don't have PayPal, I used to have Venmo, got fucking banned though, but there's still a way for you to support me via YouTube. Okay. There's a super chat option on YouTube where you could use the same methods you'd use on Venmo or any other payment service. And I appreciate you guys for the love. Speaking of, Thomas, thank you for the $25 YouTube super chat. That's very, very kind of you, Thomas. Let's get at least 250 big W's for Thomas in all of the live chats. Based. It's good to see you again here today, brother. You have been in here every single day. Just know I love and appreciate you so much. W's for Thomas. And Mr. Jack, you've been waiting so patiently. Hello, hello. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
19. What year were you born in?
Sorry?
What year were you born in?
2006.
2006. So the way that you just said sorry there was quite British of you. What time is it?
12 plus 5?
12 past 5. Even more British of you. What state are you in?
Sorry?
What state are you in?
California.
Okay, well, you got the side of America wrong. So you're right. 12 past 5 is an American time zone. That's EST. But that would be the eastern side of America, not the western side of America. You were almost there. You did pretty good. Jessica, thank you for the $5 donation over on PayPal. What's up, Jude Nail? Did you vote for Trump?
No.
Okay, then get the hell out of the live. Guys, go ahead and drop a MAGA for me down below in that chat if you want to join. You guys, we have so many people watching the stream right now. Close to 12,000, quite frankly. No, close to 11,000 people currently watching the stream. And for whatever reason, we have nobody that really wants to come up here and debate.
Hi,
Goodbye. Moving on to that next, guys. We got Brittany loading up into the box, guys. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat so we can get you up here to debate. Everybody is scared. Quite frankly, that's the facts. That's the facts. Hello, hello. What? Not scared. Did you vote for Trump? I don't know what they said, so we're just going to go kick them. They sound young. Okay, here we go. I am getting emergency alerts from CU Boulder right now. Apparently, there's something really big going on in Boulder. If there's anybody watching from Boulder, Colorado right now, you should let me know what's going on. I'm getting all the alerts on my phone that I still have set up from when I lived there. What is going on? None of your biz. Did you vote for Trump?
Hi, Dean. I didn't, but please hold on. No, no, no.
I'm so sorry. I always feel so bad doing that. No, just no. Oh my gosh. I always dude. If any of y'all have watched like The Good Place, like and you know like they had that few episodes where they had to like reboot Janet 1,000 times to make her smarter, and like every time they get near the big old red button, Janet would be like, no, 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 don't do it. You know, that's like what it reminds me of when like supporters will come up here and be like, no, 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 don't kick me. What's going on, Gus? Did you vote for Trump?
I didn't get the chance. I just turned 18.
Jaden, did you vote for Trump?
I want to meet your madre, pay my respects to your padre, mi amor.
No. Is that Drake lyrics? I think that's Drake lyrics, right? All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everybody do just give us a minute. Rick with a $5 super chat over on YouTube saying, well, Trump hasn't done it. He's pushed me to the other side. Rick, hopefully you're talking about me pushing you to the right side. If so, I appreciate you so much for the love. All right, you guys, look at that, dude. We have so many people watching the stream and not a single Trump supporter that is ready and willing to come up here and debate me. Anna, that is A&A. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal. C6, you vote for Trump? No, they wanted to hide. Everybody is terrified of me. We have won, okay? Like the moment that it is difficult for me to find a conversation with a Trump supporter in front of a crowd of close to 11,000 people is the moment that, we've won, quite frankly. All you Trump supporters know that your worldview is indefensible and false and absolutely impossible to defend in a debate with me. And hopefully you guys could realize that it's literally just rage bait to trap Trump supporters into requesting. Hello, Sunshine. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
I am 20.
20 years old. What year were you born in?
2004.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm 20. I was born in 04 too. All right. Why did you vote for Trump?
Well, he decided that he would basically abolish all the open border policies that Biden made.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so you really don't like their open border policies, yeah?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Can you name one of these Biden-Harris open border policies?
No, I just don't really like them.
Well, if you can't name them, how do you know they exist? Because Trump's told you they exist?
Because they're letting immigrants in.
Oh!
They're undocumented.
Well, I mean, now you have a circular argument. Because in order for you to know that they're letting immigrants in, you'd have to know they have open border policies. But apparently you know they have open border policies because you know they're letting immigrants in. So we've hit this loop. We've hit this negative feedback loop of nonsensical gibberish and paradox in less than 2 questions. And that is what a lot of the arguments from the right reduce down to. So if you can't name one of these open border policies, can you at least explain to me what one of these open border policies actually did?
Let undocumented immigrants in.
Okay, I want to double check that you're 20. What's something that only an adult would know?
That's so Raven.
What?
That's so Raven.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. What's a mortgage?
It's like a loan.
A loan for what?
Your house.
Yeah, valid. Okay. Knows what That's So Raven is and understands what a mortgage. Okay, you're 20. I better not hear anybody yipping in the chat calling them a fetus. So go ahead and continue. Explain to me what one of these open border policies did.
Well, they just let the immigrants in.
But how?
What do you mean how? They were just...
Okay. Are you just saying that they had open border policies because we saw an increase in migration into America under their term?
I suppose.
Did Donald Trump have unemployment policies because we saw the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years under his term?
I guess, but I don't think it's as bad as it was in like 2020 through 2024.
Well, it was worse. The highest level of unemployment that we've had in the last 100 years was under Trump in April of 2020, clocking in at 14.8%.
Oh, wow.
This is a weird conversation that's kind of giving me the creeps. Emma, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat saying that MAGA's a cult. Couldn't agree more. Rosie with the $8 Australian over on YouTube Super Chat saying, Dean, I love you. Dean for president. Maybe one day, Rosie. I appreciate you so much. Do you have anything else?
Sorry, I'm British.
I was willing to let you slide. I honestly, I wasn't even going to ask you about the time because I just trusted that you were an American. I need to stop doing that. Hello, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah. What time is it? No more remorse. Why do you Brits keep trying to involve yourself into American politics?
Don't you think Americans are stupid for voting in Trump?
I'm gonna put the T in the C again. I'm gonna do it. But yeah, you're right. I do agree with that. But we're gonna move on to the next guest, you guys. We're just looking to debate some Trump supporters. We got Sam B like loading up into the box, guys. Put MAGA in that chat. Hello, Sam. Did you vote for Trump?
No, I just have a really quick question. Why did you?
Bye. Moving on to the next guest. Everybody just give us a minute. We got Andrew loading up in. If you voted for Trump, make sure to hop in that queue. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you voted for Trump. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Mana Sunrisers is loading up into that queue, quite frankly. Hello, did you vote for Trump?
Hi, yes, I did vote for Trump.
And why did you do that?
You know, man, I really don't have a reason. My friends voted, so I voted, you know.
And then get out of the live. I'm so sorry. Moving on to the next guest. We got 9 loading up in the box. Listen, I'm like just as interested in talking to Democrats as I am people that voted for Trump that self-admittedly don't have a reason. Hello, did you vote for Trump?
I sure did.
I can't tell if that one's real or not. Is it real? Chat, what do you think? Annie, thank you for the $2. Emma, thank you for the $5. Thank you guys. And then Carmen with the $5 as well. Well, I guess it was a troll because he just left on his own accord. So moving on to the next guest. Look at that, you guys. We'll spend so long at any given time just talking to trolls. Hello, Liv. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, is there any way that you could go into a more quiet room in your house?
Yeah, I'm in one now.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, you kind of like stumbled before you gave me that answer, so I'm unlikely to believe you. Yo, Justin, thank you for the $1 Canadian over on YouTube Super Chat. Very kind, very kind, very kind. Hello, Tornado. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Do you have like a mic plugged in, like earbuds or anything?
Oh, I do.
You do. Unplug those, please. Epic Box Battles. Thank you so much for the I Love TikTok. What time is it? Toronto. What time is it?
I'm in Austria, so it's 11.
Guys, what are we doing? Guys, there is over 11,000 people watching right now. It's actually closer to 11.3 thousand on both YouTube and TikTok. And there's not a single Trump supporter, not a single one that is willing to debate me. Really? Okay? If you're a Trump supporter and you're not scared of a 20-year-old white boy on TikTok, put a MAGA in the chat. Okay? If you're a Trump supporter and you think that your worldview is defensible, say me down below. Because right now, all that I see is a bunch of scaredy cats. Hello, number 1. Did you vote for Trump?
Fuck that fucking asshole. Fuck that fucking asshole.
I don't know what Hector was saying, so we're just going to go to kick him. Something about effing an asshole. Okay, hi, how old are you?
Sorry?
How old are you?
23.
What time is it?
Right now for me it's 5:30 almost.
Okay, what state are you in?
New York.
What's the capital of New York?
New York.
False, it's Albany.
Okay, I'm stupid.
Goodbye, moving on to the next guest. Angelina, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat saying sorry, I'm British, should be just sorry. Jody with the £5, thank you guys so much. Okay, guys, I'm like, okay, this is totally proving to me that the British are coming, time to revolt, 1776 all over again. Everybody go get the tea bags out of that, out of that cupboard, drop them in the toilet or something. We must stand against the anyways. And B, no fucking Trump supporters willing to entertain a debate with me. Hello. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I vote for Trump.
I never thought I'd be so happy to talk to a Trump supporter, yet here we are. First of all, Anne, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Everybody, please show some love to Anne in the chat. That is very, very kind of you. That is A-N-N-E, W's for Anne. And
I actually wouldn't have voted for him, but like, I just was kind of mad that I don't know, that the Democratic leader was a woman, and I was
okay. Yeah. I'm going to use you as a very valuable demonstration to the 11,000 people watching. So you think that men are better at leading than women, yeah?
Not really. I don't really think that, but
so then why would you be upset with the fact that Kamala Harris is a woman?
I was just kind of thinking I think I was just mad at all this feminist movement that was going on, and
I have a question. How many sides are there in a triangle?
What?
How many sides are there in a triangle?
In a triangle?
Yeah.
3?
Damn, I'm surprised you could answer that. Hello, Gould. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Awesome. Are you driving?
I'm sorry? Yes, I'm actually in my vehicle right now.
Okay. Unfortunately, you cannot be driving while you're on TikTok Live. Just about the only misogynist related argument that I'll refute, just because it's a good demonstration of how to refute it for all of you guys, is people that think that men are better at leading than women. But when he's straight up no, I don't think that men are better at leading than women. I just kind of hate women. We don't need that. Johnny, thank you for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. Saying the Boulder subreddit is saying that their partner's a cop, a firefighter got fired and is threatening to shoot people at the university. Jesus Christ, hope they're all good. Okay, so did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why did you vote for the worst presidential candidate of your lifetime?
I voted for him because Kamala was a lot worse.
And why is that?
Because Kamala's an idiot. I'm just kidding.
Why is that?
I'm just kidding. I just think that Trump was the better of two evils.
And why is that?
Because Trump had better policies.
Such as what?
Such as getting illegals out.
Mass deportation was a good policy?
Yes.
Do you agree with the mass deportation of undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me one way that undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes hurt you, me, or anybody else in America, or America as a whole.
Well, they're illegally in here.
And that hurts us how?
That's like saying that criminals who rob banks are okay to be free.
No, because we'd be able to articulate the reason why criminals we'd be able to articulate specifically how criminals that rob banks hurt people. A, they're stealing individuals' property. B, shoving guns in people's faces, threatening to unalive them, causes pain, trauma, stress, etc. C, ruining somebody's perfectly good day, etc. And the reason why we consider it to be bad is because we can articulate the ways in which it demonstrates harm. So can you please tell me one or two of the ways in which undocumented migrants in America that have not committed violent crimes hurt others?
Well, they're illegally in the country.
And that hurt.
So it doesn't matter.
Wait, so when you say that they're just illegally in the country, are you saying that the law determines morality?
No, what I'm saying is that they're illegally in the country. It's the same as breaking any other law.
Okay. So if you just think that breaking law, by virtue of breaking the law, you perpetuate harm. So when gay marriage was illegal, if two men got married, that was very harmful?
No, I'm not saying it's harmful.
So then it doesn't generate a harm out of virtue of breaking said law. So how do undocumented migrants in America that haven't committed a violent crime generate harm?
They don't.
They don't. Exactly my point. And I could articulate ways in which they generate the opposite of harm, in which they generate good. Undocumented migrants, A, pay around $100 billion in taxes on the federal, state, and local level every single year. B, migrants as a whole are estimated to add over $1.7 trillion to our economy in the next 10 years. And C, right, they're just providing a higher level of livelihood for themselves, those around them, and their children as well. And then D, they actually reduce per capita violent crime rates as they're 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. So in lieu of these 4 facts, and we can actually denote specifically how these individuals generate good outcomes in America and how they don't generate any bad outcomes in America, I find the appropriate response to undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes to not be mass deportation, but rather to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship. apart from that just being good for humanitarian concerns, it's also good for economic concerns because right now undocumented migrants get paid less on average compared to U.S. citizens because of their undocumented status. If they gained a status of residency or citizenship, they'd get paid fairer wages, meaning they'd be paying even more in taxes and adding even more to our GDP over the course of the next 10 years.
Well, they're still legal.
Yes, and we need to resolve that issue by offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship.
And did you know that Hillary Clinton and Obama wanted to deport immigrants as well?
Yeah, so I generally disagree with anybody, Republican or Democrat, that would stand for the mass deportation of undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes for the reasons I just listed. So that would include individuals such as Hillary Clinton, individuals such as Obama, etc.
All right, that's fair. I understand your argument.
So then could you tell me what is wrong with my argument?
Not much. I understand where you're coming from, but
So you can't critique my position is what you're saying. Because I could critique yours.
No.
Like your position is significantly worse than mine because all of a sudden, as soon as we start deporting undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes, you're taking over $100 billion out of government revenue per year. You're also decreasing and slowing GDP growth, while you're also having to spend close to $200 billion just to get it done for one fiscal year. So you're hurting the American economy to get this done. You're also, increasing per capita crime rates. As soon as they're out of our country, per capita crime rates go up. So my position generates only good outcomes for America. Your position generates only bad outcomes for America and humanitarian concerns. So whose position should we go with?
Well, bloody hell, it's a good thing I ain't American, ain't it?
That is the most obviously fake accent I've ever heard.
Subscribe to Cell Foreskin 47 today.
So is this just are you just losing your shit because you don't even know what to say?
You're either perfect or you're not me.
You just lost the debate and lost his mind, lost his marbles. What the fuck just happened? Dude. Oh my God. What just happened? No. And for the people saying that he wasn't American, no, he was American. He tried to act like he wasn't American. So I'd have reason to kick him. Yo, Everett, thank you for the $5 donation over on YouTube saying, can I make a gaming channel, Dean? That'd be really fun. Jesus
Hello?
Christ. Hey, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Do what? Say yes.
Wait. What time is it?
5:31. I'm in DC.
Perfect. So why did you vote for Trump?
Well, I voted for Trump because I watched a YouTube video. This guy, he was like a CIA agent, got a ponytail. You know what that is?
No.
So basically, he was just explaining for the longevity of America. Yeah, it was a black man too. For the longevity of America, shit, Trump poses the biggest threat to other countries so that they don't bother us. And what I noticed was, as soon as he got in office, shit, when he spoke to North Korea, he spoke to Putin and he calmed tension. Then he's trying to get a ceasefire in Ukraine. So it's he's not really going.
Did you know that everything you just said was wrong?
Damn, I'm lying, bro.
Well, I think that a lie requires intent. I don't know if you're intentionally disseminating false information. So I don't know if I'd call you a liar.
Right,
but I definitely know what you're saying is incorrect. Like for instance, you said that he was able to secure a ceasefire deal between Israel and.
I didn't say he was able to secure it, but he is promoting that. He did
so
say
the ceasefire deal actually went into effect prior to his inauguration. It was secured by the Biden-Harris administration.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, and then also about resolving and reducing tensions between Ukraine and Russia. No, it's the case that he's absolutely discrediting Ukraine, calling their leader a dictator, and siding with fucking Putin. Literally, I think it was earlier today, America actually voted against condemning Russia for their crimes against Ukrainians, even though they've literally went in there, violated all of their rights to self-determination, cleansed plenty of Ukrainians, and they went to annex foreign territory. Obviously, that's condemnable. So this guy's just going pro-Putin all the way, and that just increases tensions because all of a sudden, the entirety of Europe has to step up and push against Russia harder than they have before when they had a U.S. backing, meaning that tensions will only further increase.
I'm stunned, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I'm stunned.
Man, I've been there before.
But damn, bro, with the CIA agent, bro, that's what he said, bro.
There's a lot of quote unquote ex-CIA agents that are just absolute grifters and will say whatever they want to make money. And for whatever reason, typically they're Republicans. They're like a dime a fucking dozen, bro. I'm
All
telling you.
right, can you clarify something about the tariffs, bro? Like,
Yeah.
how does that affect us as a people, as Americans?
Think about it. Your company, they're selling a good, importing it into America. All of a sudden, America's like, all of a sudden, you got to pay a 15% tax on this shit. For a lot of big manufacturers, especially the volume, massive manufacturers in places like Mexico, Canada, EU, and China, they don't have the profit margins to just absorb that tax. So if they want to stay in business, what do they got to do? They got to just add that tax onto the price of their good. So then all of a sudden, the goods that are imported into America cost more. Now, your response is like, well, what if you just buy goods from America? Well, if your only reason that you're buying goods produced in America is because goods from other countries cost more, what that means is that the American goods cost more relative to the original price of the imported goods. So you're still paying more for what you need because of the tariff.
But does it help to increase America's like economy? Does it put more money into America versus other countries?
I'd actually argue that it doesn't. I would argue that protectionist policies such as tariffs are bad for an economy because we should focus on comparative advantage, just producing what we're good at producing with our productive capacities and letting other countries do the same. And I'll give you an example of this. Who has the more robust industrialized economy, North Korea or South Korea?
North Korea.
No, the answer is South Korea.
I guess I don't know.
Well, South Korea does. It's a significantly bigger economy than North Korea. Now, which one of those two countries engages in total protectionist policy with virtually no importation of goods, and which country engages in like complete like the globalization of commerce?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's definitely not increasing our economy. All right. Well, I'm gonna just say this real quick. I didn't actually vote for Trump because I didn't vote at all, but I did want to know that information. I appreciate you for talking to me, bro.
You know what? Not even mad. Thanks for coming up, man. I don't know. I'm not even mad. Dude was just asking questions. I feel like we could all appreciate that. But don't let that give anybody else any bad ideas. I gotta act like I'm mad. Boo! Tomatoes in the chat. Because I don't want you to ever do that again. Anybody else. Shrimp, thank you so much for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. I can't get much because just wanted to show some support. Always tune in, even if I'm just listening while I'm cooking. Hey, well, Shrimp, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. That is so incredibly kind. Ace, thank you for the $2 saying I'll send you a Panda Dean. Fuck you, Ace. Mods ban him. We got Evan loading up into the box. Everybody do just give us a moment here. Just give us a moment here. Hello, Evan. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
And Evan, why did you vote for the worst presidential candidate of your lifetime?
I just believe his foreign policy was going to be a lot better than Kamala's.
Really, the foreign policy of literal occupation and ethnic cleansing.
Can I speak? What was that?
Like his foreign policy of occupation, ownership, and ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip.
No, right. So I don't agree with what he's doing over there. As of right now, I don't think we should be. I mean, I think we should be involved in as far as peacekeeping and everything. But I mean, there was a ceasefire before. But anyway, I wanted to talk about. What do you want? Did you vote for Kamala?
Yeah, you know what? I did.
Okay, why did you vote for Kamala?
Well, I voted for Kamala Harris because I thought that she had a much better candidate. She was a much better candidate than Donald Trump because her character.
A candidate that nobody voted for in a primary.
The candidate that I voted for and 73 other million other Americans voted for.
Yeah, but I'm saying, where was the primary? You're not upset about that they just gave you the candidate as opposed to being able to vote for it?
So the same amount of people voted for Kamala Harris in the primary compared to Trump insofar as what was relevant to determine the primary candidate of the DNC and the RNC, which would be a majority of the delegates at the Democratic convention and the Republican convention. So when you say that nobody voted for her, literally her and Trump underwent the same exact process insofar as what is actually relevant to determine the running candidate for one of the two major parties. And when you just say that, well, she was able to get on that ticket without a voice or vote from any American constituent of those primary, of the primary, you're just telling me that you disagree with the primary processes of both the DNC and the RNC. Because your vote in the primary doesn't actually fucking matter, okay? Because it's, at the end of the day, up to the delegates of the RNC and the DNC. And that is a private organization's policy. Not to mention it's completely unrelated to any fixture of our civil and electoral processes as applicable to the American democracy. And not to mention, you had the damn right to vote for whoever you wanted in the general election, the one that actually mattered, such as Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, or anybody else. So Now that we've gotten that little tangent out of the way, should I continue telling me why I voted for her?
You want me to tell you why I voted for him?
No,
Oh
no,
yeah,
no.
before we
I
is
wanted
it
to continue to tell you why I voted for her.
Oh, okay, yeah, you can keep going.
3 things: better character, better domestic policy, and better foreign policy.
Better foreign policy. How she? So the only thing I'm trying to get at is when they would ask her, you know, what do you have to say to? I forgot what country it was, but and she was just like, don't do it. Like, bro, you got to have some type of better response than that. Like,
You're gonna have to give me more context.
there was an interview that she had done, and they were asking what her response. I believe it was Iran. They were asking what her response was to Iran, like backing Palestine or something like that, and they were said, "What was your
yeah, I know
response?"
what you're talking about. That wasn't her. That was Biden.
She had the same. There's a video, bro. She had the same exact response because later they asked her the question and she said, don't do it." And she said, and then the interviewer said, "Oh, you have the same response as Biden." So
Okay, I don't mind. I don't just mind assuming that happened. Is that the one reason why Donald Trump had better foreign policy?
no, I'm just saying that just leads me to believe that like she really.
Yeah, but
Go ahead.
That's like so inconsequential. Why did Donald Trump have better foreign policy?
It's inconsequential
It is.
how she deals with foreign countries.
It's inconsequential when we would like relate it to other instances of her policies related to other countries compared to Trump's. Like you may be able to say like she gave like a one-word response of "don't do it, don't support Palestine" from Iraq, which by the way I disagree with, and compare that to like Donald Trump. I'd assume that Donald Trump wanting to own and occupy and ethnically cleanse 1.4 million Palestinians off the Gaza Strip is worse than Kamala Harris giving a one-word response to an interviewer's question, right?
I would agree. I'm pretty sure you're being a little bit over exaggerating what Trump's trying to do. But
If anything, I'm under exaggerating it. Because as far
For
as I'm
sure.
concerned, there's 1.8 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and I'm operating off of an assumption that 400,000 of those Palestinians have already been ethnically cleansed from the Gaza Strip. So if any, for the only argument that could be made is that I'm under exaggerating compared to over exaggerating.
Okay. I do want to apologize to the people in the comments. They're making fun of me for the way I said, is it Kamala or Kamala?
Kamala.
Kamala. Okay. That's what I said the first time.
Yeah,
Why are they bugging out?
So now that we understand that Trump's action here is worse than Kamala Harris's action, you're basically comparing a 14-year-old that stole a Snickers bar from a gas station to Jeffrey Dahmer, condemning the 14-year-old turning around and supporting Jeffrey Dahmer.
What did you even just say, man? What does that mean?
Like you're comparing two people that have done two bad things, but relative to one another, one person has done something significantly worse than the other.
Sure, we'll disagree to or agree to disagree.
Wait, what are we agreeing to disagree on?
I just don't know what you're trying to say. I don't understand.
I'm trying to say that Donald Trump's foreign policy is significantly worse than Kamala Harris's. And the reason why I've said this in context insofar as support or lack of support for Palestine or Palestinians is that although Kamala Harris said that she doesn't want Iran or Iraq to support Palestine, that statement, that action is significantly preferable to Donald Trump wanting to own, occupy, ethnically cleanse 1.4 million humans and like level the Gaza Strip, right?
I would agree, yeah, if that is actually his plan, right? What do you think, Kamala Harris? What do you think she would have done?
Kamala, that's how you pronounce her name. Would have
Kamala,
done
I'm
in
sorry.
reference to what?
The Strip. What would have been her stance and her policy? On
I don't know. Just continue to be like.
What do you think?
Yeah, continue to give Israel some level of weapons, guns, ammo, money, while continuing to give Palestinians some level of humanitarian aid, while getting that ceasefire done, which is not my preferable depiction of how I think the situation should be treated. I'm personally very pro-Palestine. However, that is preferable policy compared to Trump's.
Okay. So her giving more guns and ammo to the people that you're saying are doing the ethnic cleansing would be good, in your opinion?
No, it's not good. It's preferable compared to what Trump wanted to do.
Okay.
I can
I'm so
sorry.
agree
Did you
with
just
that.
like bust out laughing because like you cannot understand what a comparative analysis is to determine who's better? Like seriously, anybody?
No, I was laughing
like
because
one second. Let me
said
speak.
yes,
No,
giving more
let
guns
me
and
speak.
ammo to the people doing the ethnic cleansing.
Let me
Okay,
speak.
I was speaking before you
speak.
interrupted me, but yeah.
No, you have a fuck. You or anybody else that is like ha 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 ha, L Dean. You just don't understand what a comparative advantage is. Sorry, comparative analysis. Kamala Harris had policy towards Israel that I didn't like. Trump had policy towards Israel that I like less. So all things considered, Kamala Harris's policy is better. Do we not learn this in 5th grade? Unmute.
Why'd you mute me, man? Come on.
Yeah, because you were going like crazy and shit.
I wasn't going crazy.
Royal, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube, saying I appreciate what you do. Some Trump voters I don't think will change, and some others were tricked and lied to. People like you help with change. Well, I appreciate you so much for the love, Royal and Nether. So go ahead and respond to my position.
I totally forgot what you said because I was fucking. Anyway, what else? You got anything you want to talk about?
Sorry, Evan, I literally didn't understand the words that came out of your mouth because you have MAGA Mobile, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Hey, if you're watching the stream and you want to support this stream, you could do so through the PayPal and the link in my bio on my TikTok page. I get 100% of the proceeds on PayPal, but right now I only have PayPal because I was just banned off of Venmo. So if you're an individual that would be supporting over Venmo but can't because I no longer have it, you could either support on PayPal or over on YouTube through Super Chat. For those that don't know, I'm also live in 4K over on YouTube right now in the studio with my professional camera and lighting setup. And you can find the link to that over in the link tree in my bio as well. So anyways, Bert, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
And Bert, why did you vote for, and I mean this very seriously, the worst presidential candidate of your lifetime?
Well, he's the worst president of the lifetime. Then not a candidate. He won.
So yeah, it'd be both.
Yeah. I just have a question because you seem to know a lot. Okay. Like generally, how old are you?
Me, I'm 20.
20?
Yeah.
Okay. You've lived 2 years of adult experience. What qualifies you to be so knowledgeable?
Well, what qualifies me to be knowledgeable in my own eyes is, well, my education.
Okay.
What qualifies me to be, like qualified in other people's eyes.
What lived experiences do you have?
Okay. We see that you've now cut me off once. I will go ahead and continue to speak. Thank you so much. What I think should qualify myself in other people's eyes is my ability to win damn near every debate I engage in.
See, you can make people feel stupid. You can talk down to people, but that's not...
I'm not talking down to you.
You talk down to every single person.
Okay, well, I mean, it seems like somebody is butthurt. I will try to rephrase from talking down to you. So let's just have a good discussion. I think it's funny, though, that you're talking about me talking down to others when the first thing you come up here and give me is an absolute
You
red
rage
herring.
bait. You rage bait people.
Okay,
That's
I'm
how
going to go ahead
you
and
make
ask you
money.
for 5 seconds. Let's go ahead and calm down.
No,
I
you
find
rage
it.
bait,
Okay,
and that's
so
how you make
you
your
want
money.
to speak. Okay, so sir, I want to like say this very seriously. If you're going to come up here and try to do the whole Dean's right, you're going to interrupt me again. Please go ahead and speak. What do you have to say that's so important that it
You're
requires
so good
you to
at
interrupt me 3
interrupting people
times?
either. You can't. You suck.
Okay, so if I murdered somebody, would you murder somebody too?
If you murdered somebody, yeah, I'd murder someone too.
Okay, and would that be morally permissible
got
for you
away
to do
with
because
it.
I did it?
Yeah, because you did it.
Okay, so why are we being bad faith? Because you just got absolutely fucking owned because you said that it's justified for you to interrupt me as I've interrupted others, mening that if we accept your logic, it'd be justified for you to murder somebody if I've murdered somebody.
I'm saying you rage
But instead of
bait
being
people.
but instead of being intellectually honest, you just start being, like a very loudmouth hypocrite, and you just contradict yourself in the same breath. But I'm gonna go back to what I was saying. Unfortunately, I do have to forcefully put the binky in your mouth. I don't want to have to do this, man. You're an adult. I'm an adult. I wish that we could just carry a, conversation that is, worth having and worth listening to from the observer's perspective. But unfortunately, you are literally incapable of that. And I've offered you 4 olive branches now to prove that you are capable of it. So I will go ahead and finish this breath with you forcefully on mute. As soon as I finish this breath, you could unmute yourself. And I won't mute you again unless you do the interruption thing. But what I want to say is nothing more than the simple fact that if you're going to come up in here and say that I rage bait other people, I'm not qualified with no lived experiences, and I have no fucking clue what I'm talking about, you probably shouldn't be rage baiting as you say that, if that makes any sense. Like when you come up here and you like try to demean me by saying that I'm only 20, I don't have a lot of lived experience, and then you go in and you say that I make people look stupid by demeaning them after you just got done demeaning me, it kind of defeats like the whole purpose of getting on the pedestal and morally grandstanding when you're engaging in the same exact action that you're accusing another individual of. So let's start from the top. Let's go back to your first point. that I'm 20 years old and I don't know that I'm 20 years old and I don't know anything, and go ahead and flesh out that position. Also, Brian, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube, saying absolutely love what you do, brother. Keep crushing it. I appreciate you for the love, Brian. Everybody, please show some love to Brian in the live chats. Thank you so much, Brian. And Bert, the way that you'll want to unmute your mic is by clicking on the picture of you in your profile picture. You know, the one with, there you go. You figured it out. Go for it.
I just think it's so comical that you just said that big long speech and then literally thank someone for paying you. Like, you are a joke. But I give you props because you're probably a rich joke.
So I'm a joke because I'm thankful for people's donations. Go ahead and explain that one to me, Bert.
What are you doing with what do you mean donations? They're paying you money.
What do I mean donations? I mean, I take a donation to be the voluntary exchange of wealth from one individual to another individual, or I guess some means of value. Doesn't necessarily have to be wealth. And that is exactly what Brian just did. He voluntarily donated me $10 with no obligation, which I'd have helped to him. What's up?
Do you think it's fair to be taking money from people like that?
Do I think it's fair for individuals to voluntarily donate to me? Absolutely. I think it's more fair than any other industry of education or entertainment available in America today. Unlike other institutions, I don't make an individual pay to engage in the entertainment or education. I allow anybody to engage in this live stream without paying, and it's only up to a voluntary desire from individuals that engage with the content to support the stream, to keep it going through their donations. I think it's more fair than any other system that exists in our economy. Not to mention, I'd also like to thank Amber for her $20 donation over on YouTube, saying, hi, Dean, ignore the people who discount you because of your age. I'm almost 40 and agree with all your points. Let's get some massive W's for Amber down below in both of the live chats. Holy crap, thank you, Amber. Zombie with a $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. Lartar with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, as well as Ann with the $10. Let's get W's for Ann, W's for Lartar, W's for Zombie, W's for Amber, and W's for Brian. Can you go and thank all of those donors?
Actually, you should thank me because they're probably... But you're welcome.
Sorry, repeat that for me?
I said you should probably thank me because it sounds like they're doing that to piss me off. But
wait 1 second. Kevin with a $10 saying, Dean forced me to donate. W's for Kevin. Christian with a $10 saying, love you, Dean. Keep educating the MAGA donuts. I will never stop, quite frankly. As well as Andrew with the $2. Thank you so much. And then also, if you're watching the stream over on TikTok and you want to support the stream, you can find the link to the PayPal down below in the link tree in the bio. Speaking of Daphne, thank you so much for the $10 donation over on PayPal for the Griff. Thank you so much for the love, Daphne. Can you just say W, Daphne?
Me? W-effing?
Daphne, not effing.
Sorry.
Good boy. Aaron with the $10 donation over on PayPal as well. E-R-I-N. Thank you so much for the love, Aaron. As well as Amy with the $100 donation on PayPal. Holy crap, Amy. Jeez. Christ, dude. Thank you so much, Amy. That is insane. Thank you so very much. Everybody, show some love to Amy. I want to see at least 1,000 W Amy's in the live chat. Amy says, I got a nice bonus and you deserve some love. Dude, thank you so much, Amy. That is literally insane. Let's get 1 billion booms and W's for Amy in the live chats. Holy crap, that is insane. As well as Ali with a $5 donation on PayPal for the rage bait. And Kristen with the $20 YouTube super chat. Thank you for the love, Kristen. And Randall with the $10 super chat. Peyton with a $5 super chat. And Rick with a $5 super chat. And Ashley with a $5 over on PayPal. I'm grifting so fucking hard right now. The grift has never been better, quite frankly.
I'm just curious, though, like, what makes you different than Donald Trump with that? You just literally just talked about all these people where people barely have money, and you're proud of that, taking their money like that.
Using your logic, what makes, like, Donald Trump different than Mother Teresa? Didn't Mother Teresa also accept donations?
What makes you any different than him?
Well, I mean, if I accept your argument, let's just say I'm no different than Trump in the sense of allowing individuals to voluntarily support and donate. Wouldn't Mother Teresa also be in that same boat?
No, you...
No, why? Why?
You pontificate that you are morally superior, but you will take their money, that people that probably don't have money to give.
I let anybody donate to me. Obviously, like, general financial advice is going to be promoted. Like, obviously, you shouldn't be donating and supporting to me if you don't have the means to. But what did you just say?
You're a hooker. You're hoeing.
What? What? Where is that coming from?
You're hoeing yourself out.
What does that even mean?
What is? Okay, do you know what a hooker
Oh,
is?
dude, if you keep repeating that, you're eventually gonna get banned. But yo, I guess I'm making some bank today, dude. Derek with the $20 over on PayPal. Oh my God, thank you so much for the love, Derek. Saying Color doesn't know he's in a dunk contest right now. Thank you for the love, Derek. Aaron with the $2. PJ with the 20 Swedish dollars over on YouTube. It's Samantha with the $5 as well at OBS Media Group LLC. Thank you for the $5. Thank you everybody so very much. We are holding ourselves out, I guess. I don't even know where that one came up from, but ASH, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, saying I'm 27 and I learned so much from you. Thank you for the love, Ash. Then Todd with a $25 PayPal donation, and Sonny with a $25 PayPal donation as well. Let's get at least 500 Big W Todds and Sonny's down below in the live chat. That is unreal. Thank you guys so much. As well as Stephanie with the $15 donation over on PayPal, saying, do a little dance for me, Dean. Oh, I'll do that little dance for you, Stephanie. Thank you for the $15 donation. Let's go. Oh my God. Wow. So is the, you called me a what again?
You're hoeing yourself out for $10, $15 a pop.
And what am I doing to quote unquote hoe myself out? Like entertaining and educating?
You're hate and lies.
Hate and lies. Okay. Okay, big boy. Go ahead and name me one belief that I have that I share every day that's a bold-faced lie.
Well, there's a difference between truth and beliefs.
Yeah, and you can't fucking do it. Thank you so much. Ashley with a $10 YouTube super chat saying, great job working the corner. I appreciate you for the love, Ashley. And let's show some love to Ashley, as well as Aladra with a $2 and MRTNEZ with the $20 YouTube super chat as well. Holy crap. If somebody donates and cannot afford, that's on them. This is completely voluntary. Well, of course, that's true. I also do think that it is important to promote general financial intelligence, right? And obviously we'd say that you shouldn't support this stream, if those resources are best spent on yourself, if you're not in a good position. Of course, so I might even disagree a little bit there with you, Mr. Martinez, but I do appreciate you for the $20 nonetheless. As well as Chase, thank you so much for the $10 YouTube super chat, as well as Hazelnut with the $10 YouTube super chat as well. Thank you so much. Saying age does not indicate level of intelligence or life experience as evident by the guest. Damn, you just got dunked on. I'm not even gonna fucking lie. Hey, I'd also like to say here. Wait, I'm so sorry. I'm still thanking donors. I'm gonna need you to pipe down real quick for me, buddy. Yo, B-Pang! BPANG with a $50 donation over on PayPal. I want to get at least 500 W's for B-Pang down below in both of those live chats, saying shut those hater ups, more because I'm young. Well, I appreciate you so much for the love. That is unreal. Thank you so much, B-Pang. Let's go get that next guest up in the box. I'd also like to thank Christopher Huff with the $30 over on PayPal, saying to stop making you donate. I want more. Give me more right now, quite frankly. No, seriously. Thank you for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Jamie with the $25 donation over on PayPal. Shout out to Jamie, and Veronica with the $2 donation as well. Thank you guys so very much for the love. You guys are going absolutely insane. You guys are phenomenal. Yeah, that guest got banned, which is kind of unfortunate because I wanted to ask him one more question. I just wanted to ask him, if, the whole HOOKER thing was true of any worker in our economy. Do workers at Wendy's whore themselves out to make chicken nuggets for random people? That was going to be the argument I was going to run, but poor thing got banned. So unfortunate. What is up, Ray? Did you vote for Trump?
None. Love you, Dean. Keep it up.
Hey, yo, W Fetus. I always love hearing from the 15-year-old boys that will come up here and be like, keep it up, Dean. Of course, gotta kick you. You're not 18, but I do really appreciate that from you. It is very rare to see a 14, 15-year-old boy that supports progressive ideas. So that's really good. Good for you, man. I wish I was more like you when I was your age. What is going on, Vanessa? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, Vanessa, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Shout out to Leah. Thank you for the $5 donation over on YouTube Super Chat, and Haley with the $10 donation on PayPal. Thank you, Leah and Haley. So, Vanessa, why did you vote for Trump?
You know what, bro? I can't even do it. I'm from Europe.
All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. Guys, go ahead and drop a MAGA for me in that chat if you voted for Trump. Just looking for some debates. Y'all know the drill. Next guest is loading up literally right now, though, so y'all just do be patient. I also appreciate everyone for being in here so much. We actually have close to 12,000 concurrent viewers right now, which is absolutely fucking insane if you ask me. These streams have been doing so phenomenally well, and I'm just so happy that they could, kind of get out to more people. I think it's awesome. Yo, go ahead and drop a 1 in the chat if this is your first time in the live, and, this is your first introduction to what we do over here. Michael, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
I did not. No, I just had a question for you.
I'm so sorry, Michael. Just looking for people to debate. Damn, bro, we got a lot of 1s. Well, make sure if you haven't already to follow with that red button right there. We actually do this every day, and we have been for a while. And I've done a couple things apart from TikTok debates. I did like a Jubilee episode where I debated 20 conservatives at once. I bet there's even a few people in there that didn't know that was me, but watched the episode, which is pretty cool. What is going on? The big I. Did he vote for Trump? Honestly, I'm just going to go and...
No.
Yes, that they're a fetus because of the profile picture. We got Connor loading up, and here we go. Yo, Karita, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, saying keep it up. Keep calling out the ignorance. I will never stop, Karina, and thank you so much for the $20. Let's get at least 200 very big W's for Karina down below in that live chat. That is awesome. Thank you so much, Karina. Someone in the chat just said, wait, that was you? Yeah, that was me. All right, moving on to our next guest. Here we go, you guys. We got Zion loaded up in. Here we go, guys. Honestly, just drop a MAGA for me. I guess nobody wants to debate. What's going on? Did he vote for Trump?
No, man, I love you, man.
Man, I appreciate you so much for the love. Come on, though, guys. While I do really appreciate you guys and think that you were freaking awesome, if we could only be in that queue if you voted for Trump, and if you could leave that queue if you didn't vote for Trump, that'd be very meaningful for me. So we could just kind of, keep the debates going and whatnot. But, let's try to, of course, get that next guest up in that box. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What is up? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Have we spoken before?
No.
No. How old are you?
26.
26. Hey, Kate, thank you for the $2 YouTube super chat. So why did you vote for Trump?
Well, I have different reasons I voted for him. But, I want to know why you don't like Trump.
You know what? 1, 2, or 3? Just say a number.
3.
So 1 was character, 2 was domestic policy, 3 was foreign policy. I don't like his foreign policy because he's literally advocating for ethnic cleansing explicitly. I don't like his foreign policy because he wants to impose tariffs on goods imported from all other countries, which will start trade wars, cause inflation, and reduce our own GDP growth. I don't like his foreign policy because he's literally pro-Putin, pro-Russia, pro-ethnic cleansing of Ukrainians. I don't like his foreign policy because of his vehement support for Israel. And I don't like his foreign policy because he said that he might potentially use our military to invade Greenland, which would start a war between America and Europe, as well as he wants to literally just annex other countries like Canada, Panama, and Greenland once again. So, yeah.
But that's the way you're interpreting it, though. That's not the way he's seeing it.
I don't think any of my interpretations are wrong.
He's making his moves. He doesn't mean the same thing thing you mean. I feel like you guys exaggerate things way more than.
We'll prove it.
You guys overinflate things way more than they actually are.
Okay, we'll prove it.
An example of that would be like the January 5th thing, 6th. He is coming for the democracy and all that shit. I feel like all that shit just was not the way y'all made it seem.
If Trump genuinely tried to rig the outcome of 2020 and failed, would you say that he posed a threat to the American democracy?
Yeah, for sure.
So he genuinely tried to rig the outcome and admitted to it in court. So this was not the insurrection on the Capitol. This was his fake electorate plot, where he sent fake slates of electorates to 7 key swing states that Biden won that he lost, with fake votes from those states, and then he told them to send them back to Congress, okay? And his legal argument for this is that Biden stole the election from him, so he tried to steal it back. He then pressured Mike Pence into certifying the fake votes for himself in Congress. Mike Pence denied. That's why he calls Mike Pence a traitor. As well as he pressured the head of the DOJ, Bill Barr, into falsely announcing widespread voter fraud without any evidence to further support his own legal argument for the case of his quote-unquote legal attempt to rig the outcome. And he admitted to all those things in court. So, we have now proved that it's not an exaggeration, because both you and me agreed that if he genuinely tried to rig the outcome of the election, we'd agree that he proposed a threat to the American democracy. And now I've given an insurmountable, inarguable preponderance of evidence to suggest that he did.
Well, like the evidence that you claim you have, like those can also be misinterpreted.
Not when they're legal arguments. No, not really. I mean, that's like what the point of a lawyer is to make the clearest, most concise argument that has no holes in it, insofar as resulting in basically no room for misinterpretation. And his legal argument was abundantly clear that he did do these things, but he was present while he did them. Therefore, he should be immune from all criminal or civil repercussions.
But like, if you're gonna make the claim that Donald Trump is, he's against the democracy. Like one of the things that make our democracy so great is the fact that we can vote. We have a chance. We have a chance to vote.
Well,
and
he literally tried to stop the value of the vote in 2020 by installing fake votes in Congress.
Okay, yeah, but this time, like, you can make the same argument against Kamala Harris in the primaries, how she was
So you can't, because the primary practices of the DNC or the RNC, for that matter, are not a fixture of the American democracy. There's nothing democratic about them relating to our Constitution or our civil and electoral processes, because they're both private organizations. You could go start your own political party tomorrow. Not to mention that she was certified by a majority of the delegates at the DNC, meaning that the processes of the party was fulfilled.
Yeah, but like still that like nobody still voted. She was still installed. She was never voted by the people.
That's actually not true. She was voted by half
Even
the
she
people.
was never voted by the
So you're telling
apparently-
me a lie. She was voted for half of the people at the DNC. Also, Chad, I see you spamming that he's 18. That's still old enough to be up here. I mean, like, antisocial and weird to lie about his age, but he's still of age, so.
Yeah.
So he was voted in by half the people at the DNC.
Yeah, but like
Yeah, but what? Because that proves you wrong. So stop repeating the same false talking point and actually talk about what matters.
no, like you guys can't say that, but then like you said that don't matter. But then things
So is your new angle just to repeat it until I like give you a response that
Okay, fine. Okay,
like,
fine.
Because like
Okay.
some people do that. Some people like you genuinely do that. They'll give an argument like you just did. Katie, thank you for the star map. The argument that you gave was that Kamala Harris, right, not getting a vote from the American people in the primary is anti-democratic. Okay, thank you for the argument. I then give you a response to said argument. I point out the fact that it's not a fixture of a democracy. The DNC is a private political party, and she actually did get a vote from all of the delegates at the DNC and follow the common practices and procedures of the DNC, which are the same as the RNC. And then you just kind of ignore that because you don't know how to respond to it, because it ultimately does defeat your position.
But hold on, but can we
So then you
agree?
just reiterate your own position once again.
But
and then we just go in
can
this
we-
endless cycle of you ignoring and
Can
repeating
we
yourself.
agree? Can we agree, like based on the current events that's currently happening, that both of the candidates do seem to uphold our democratic?
No.
How?
How? Because Donald Trump launched the biggest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War. That's why. That's fucking why, brother.
You guys like overinflate shit. You guys overinflate shit so much more than it actually was.
If
It's
that
like
was
that shit
false,
just not was
if
that
that was a
deep at
false
all.
representation of the truth and what I told you was a lie, name a larger internal attack on the American democracy apart from when Donald Trump tried to silence the voice and the vote of every American citizen in 2020. Oh, seems like it's not a misrepresentation of the truth, huh? Crazy.
All right. There's one. Okay. I would like to consider on that topic. But there's one thing I would like to point out the fact.
Of course
Yeah.
you do. Because apparently, like, the biggest internal attack on the American democracy is not enough.
All right. The whole tariff thing, and that can be seen as a negative. But you do know, like, the American government does have like some tariff system in place right now for like some electric vehicles from China.
Yeah.
So the places tariffs in order for the domestic companies to have an edge in the market. You know that, right?
Yes, I do know that.
Okay, so by him, Donald Trump placing his tariffs.
I can't do it.
Can I talk, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah. So him placing his tariffs is helping domestic companies in our country grow, and that's helping that's putting more money into the economy, so more people, more American people can have jobs, can have stable jobs and good jobs, so they can get paid more, better American life. That's what I say about the tariffs, and I don't see I don't understand what you guys all.
We'd have more GDP growth without tariffs. You want to know why?
Why?
Because it is the case that comparative advantage, or in other words, focusing on producing what we're good at producing while letting other countries focus on producing what they're good at producing, creates a more efficient, better outcome for everybody involved compared to protectionist policies such as tariffs. Because when we implement tariffs and we try to produce literally everything, okay, we're just worse at producing every individual thing, and more inefficiencies are created.
Yeah, but like I
And I
feel
could give you an
like
example of this. I could give you an example of this.
more. I feel like more.
I could give you an example of. I could give you an example of this.
Come on.
So shut up. Okay. Who is the better economy, North Korea or South Korea?
Come on, bro. I've been chill. I don't be disrespectful, bro.
Who is a better economy, North Korea or South Korea?
South Korea.
Okay. And who allows the globalization of commerce and who doesn't?
South Korea.
So yeah, exactly. So we see that comparative advantage in engaging in global commerce is actually good for your economy compared to like protectionist policies such as tariffs. So there's
of course,
and then two, right? Even if you, for whatever reason, reject the argument that I literally just made, which you have no reason to reject, but I know that you ultimately will, there's other protectionist policy that doesn't generate as bad of outcomes as tariffs, such as like subsidizing corporate America to bump their domestic production of their goods, to re-engage in said global commerce. That's not going to cause inflation or trade wars, such as tariffs. So compared to its relevant alternatives of other protectionist policy, tariffs are still bad.
Yeah, but like listen. It's okay. You're not mad about the whole tariff thing. You're just mad that like he's placing a blanketed tariff on these countries.
All right, man. So I just gave you two arguments. Just because you didn't refute either of them, we're going to move on to the next guest. But if you're curious, the two arguments I gave you were that A, protectionist policy is just bad for the economy as a whole, and then B, if we are to accept that we want protectionist policy, there's better protectionist policy than tariffs. Because you didn't respond to either of those two positions, we're just going to move on to our next guest. So everybody, do just give us a minute for the 8.8 thousand people in the stream, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen for me and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. If you want to support the stream, you could support the stream through my PayPal, which is found in the link tree in my bio. If you don't have PayPal and you still want to support the stream, you could support it via Super Chat over on YouTube. By the way, for everybody at home on YouTube, I feel like I'm neglecting y'all a little bit. You know, I'm always talking to the YouTube chat. Sorry, talking to the TikTok chat, looking at the phone, not really looking at you guys. I'm sorry. I still love you all. I appreciate the 1.8 thousand people watching over on YouTube. You guys are awesome. Everybody say W YouTube.
Yo.
What's going on? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 17. Like, I'm from.
All right, got to be at least 18 to be in the box, and you have to have voted for Trump. We're going to move on to the next guest, motivational TikTok. Everybody just to give us a minute. W YouTube, that's right. What's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Age?
23.
23. Have we spoken before?
No.
No, you kind of sound insufferable.
I'm
sorry, that we got off on the wrong foot. Why did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump because he's a much better candidate than Kamala Harris.
Okay, why?
So, one thing I want to say is, isn't it the case so that you were a conservative back in the day, right?
Well, I was a conservative by proxy of just
accepting
and adopting the political beliefs of those around
But
me.
you got all your shit, you used the N-word, all this, yada, yada, yada. So it is the case that you change your views and you say you're a changed person.
Sure.
Why is it that everything you say about Trump is something that's happened tens of years ago, so you can't attribute that to him as a president now?
That is a very good question, and I'm about to expand your brain. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm about to expand your brain. Are you ready? Okay, well, you're on pause. I can't hear you when you're on pause.
I'm back.
Okay, you're back. Okay, so I'm about to give you your first conscious thought ever. Are you prepared? Because you're still going on pause. Hello, you got to come back to the app. If you can't see me, I can't hear you.
I'm back.
Okay, phenomenal. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Just because somebody's capable of change doesn't mean that they change. And we have no evidence that Trump has changed. So when you ask me, right, how I changed from being racist to non-racist, from using slurs at 14 to being a like well-known progressive liberal on the internet today? Well, it's because I was able to acknowledge the downfalls of my character, the harm that it caused. I was able to change for the better. I was able to hold myself accountable, and I was able to apologize. And as far as I'm concerned about any negative now one moment. As far as I'm concerned about any negative character attribute about Trump, he's done none of those things. Like, when have you ever heard Donald Trump apologize for calling all black people lazy in the 90s? When have you ever heard Donald Trump apologize for like trying to get people to vote for Obama because he like told everybody that he's born in Kenya with no evidence, literally just reducing the likelihood that a black man gets a job because he's black? When have you ever heard him hold himself accountable for calling for the death penalty for the exonerated Central Park 5, even after they were already exonerated? In fact, he was given an opportunity at the 2015 presidential debates where he fucking quadrupled down on saying, well, they did it. Okay, so that's
how do you think that would go for a politician, whether Republican or Democrat? How do you think that would go for a politician for them to say those things, which one, they're not necessarily true, but two, for them to double down on it when they've been defending whatever it is? So it doesn't matter that it's Trump or any other president. They're not going to tell everybody, oh, I'm sorry for this or that or this. Trump has signed a bunch of executive orders.
So then why did Biden do it? And then why did Biden become president, getting the most votes that we've ever seen out of a presidential candidate ever? Okay? Like, for instance, Biden also has an incredibly racist history. Okay? Right? And we need to acknowledge that, because it's important that we do acknowledge that. It's very important that we do acknowledge that. But what has Biden done? Biden has held himself accountable for the racist things that he's done, right, in his past. And then after holding himself accountable, Biden went on to get the most votes out of any presidential candidate ever. So if you want to argue that holding yourself accountable is a bad look, well, go ahead and explain what I just shared with you.
Biden will go down as quite literally the worst president in history. And you are a smart person, but for you to double down, triple down hundreds of times, making him out to be the greatest president, it just destroys your character. I actually might agree with some of the things you say, but the fact that you defend Biden and Kamala Harris to the extent that you do.
Well, I don't think it's okay to put words in my mouth, right? I've called him the greatest
words in your mouth.
You sure are, because you said that I believe. No. You sure are, because you told me that I think he's the best president we've ever had. I don't think that.
Say that again.
I don't think Biden's the best president we've ever had.
No, I'm saying you defend him and make him out as if he is the best president.
Okay,
I'm just
so you're saying you interpret what I say as meaning.
No, it's not interpreting. You can't say that Trump is not a better candidate.
Wait. In order for the claim that I make Trump out to be the best president, in order for you to instantiate that as if it's an objective truth that is not up to subjective interpretation, I would have to explicitly state that that is what I make him out to be. And in fact, I'm explicitly stating the opposite.
This is the biggest problem.
Engaging in like intellectualism is the biggest problem.
No, it's not intellectualism. All you do is argue on semantics and linguistics and your whole debate personality. You don't understand and accept the fact that not everything that is put out by the government is considered 100% true in fact. That's one. You think everything that they just announce and say is true, and it just discredits you.
Bro, more like projection of false claims. So
that's first, not projection.
Can you let me
false
speak?
claims.
I let you speak. Be a good boy. Settle down. Let me speak like I let you speak.
You're getting mad by trying to call me boy. What is that? I don't care, but
I'm not getting upset. Well, yeah, if anything, I'm getting a little upset because you won't let me speak. So can we just be adults?
Yeah.
Phenomenal. So I'm going to go ahead and take the mic then. So first you projected the claim on me that I think he's the best president ever. And then I was like, oh, I actually don't think that. You're like, oh, yes, you fucking do. Fucking antisocial and cringe. Weird. Okay. Anyways.
Cringe.
And then you went on to say that I think that everything the government says is 100% factual. I don't even know where that one came from. If that was the case, then why am I currently critiquing the government? Fucking crazy, right? And like in the last conversation, one moment, and the last conversation I had was about critiquing Donald Trump's honesty about the outcome of the 2020 election. So obviously, that's just not the case. But I actually want to relate back to like the singular claim that you made about your political beliefs in between the projection of coping and anger you did onto me. Because obviously we're here to talk about Trump's efficacy as a president of America. And you spent 5 minutes rambling about how jealous you are of how based I am. And then you spent like the remainder 30 seconds making the claim that Biden will go down as the worst president we've ever had. So tell me what Biden's worst policy was.
How about I tell you why Trump is better, and then
I want you to expand and
Here's the
justify
thing.
the belief that you already
Sure,
shared with
I
us.
will.
I will not allow you to pivot. Name the worst Biden policy.
Okay, so here's the thing. The question is asking, name the worst policy. Biden has put in policies with the idea that it's going to accomplish all these things. So he put in all these policies, spent hundreds of millions of dollars, and accomplished nothing with these. For example, the electric chargers for EV cars. His whatever the policy was, I don't know if it was under the I'm mixing up. It wasn't the Chips and Science Act. Either way, point is, he didn't accomplish anything with that. So that's the problem. So yes, he did make policies that should have accomplished good things, but they didn't. That's one. Two, Trump has signed dozens, if not hundreds, of executive orders that are accomplishing a lot of good right now. Way more. Trump has accomplished more in the past 30 days than Biden accomplished in 4 years. We have over $1.6 trillion committed to American infrastructure, 500 billion from Apple, 600 billion from Saudi or wherever it is. What has Biden done? Trump has gotten the hostages from Israel back home. Tell me what Biden accomplished.
Great. Thank you so much for the ramble. So first of all, I asked you to name the worst policy.
You ramble too, so cut the shit.
Okay. Do you have like a problem with self-control?
No, I have a problem that you think
Okay, you want to
you're
talk
right
more.
about
Continue to
everything.
speak.
Yes, so my problem is that you think you're right about everything, and you're not willing to just accept that you're not. One day you'll learn.
Okay, do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, just
You
go
do?
ahead.
Holy fucking shit. You have more to say?
No, I'm waiting for
God,
you.
you're
No,
waiting.
I'm done right now. I'll wait for the next turn.
Phenomenal. So I'm going to start from the top and respond to essentially everything you just said. So first, you called Biden the worst president our country's ever had. I asked you to name the worst policy that he implemented, and you said like $500 million in expenditure towards EV charging stations that didn't have an effective outcome. So first of all, that's a lie and a myth that Pete Buttigieg has already debunked. But I'm just going to go ahead and accept that what you're saying is true. In other words, you're essentially telling us that Biden is the worst president our country has ever had because of $500 million in wasteful expenditure. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Under Trump's first admin, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act cost $1.9 trillion. $1 trillion of that $1.9 trillion went to top earners in the top 0.01% of earners in America. It only led to an average annual GDP increase of about $20 billion, which is the equivalent to about $6 billion in increased government revenue. And none of that trickled onto the average consumer. We have a study from Brookings indicating that there was no new macro level business investment observed after the introduction of the TCJA, meaning that Donald Trump wasted $1 trillion of our government expenditure through debt-related spending on giving an additional yacht to the million and billionaires in our country. And you're going to tell me that somehow, some fucking way, Biden wasting $500 million on EV charging stations, which was a lie that I'm going to accept as truth for all intents and purposes because I could still flame your ass, made him the worst president ever. Crazy shit. Crazy fucking shit. But you know what? Honestly, it's not the $1 trillion on tax cuts for the top 1% of earners from Trump that makes him one of the worst presidents in modern American history. I'm more focused on the humanitarian concerns, such as explicitly calling for the ethnic cleansing of 1.4 million Palestinians on the Gaza Strip. Okay, I'm more concerned about him overturning Roe v. Wade, rescinding the right to get an abortion back down to the state level, leaving 1 out of every 3 women in our country, right, devoid and lacking of, access to elective lethal abortions. When I find a violation of one's bodily autonomy without any good reason to be a human rights violation, meaning that there's currently 77 million Americans that are having their human rights violated and infringed upon via a decision and an action directly made that is consequent that of Donald Trump. Or, I don't know, maybe like the whole trying to rig the outcome of the 2020 election, the biggest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War.
Talk about a whole lot of rambling.
Sorry, do you need me to draw on polka dot paper with crayons with you? Condense
No,
it
I
down to
just
become a
want
point set
to.
on
I
mine?
just want to understand. So you just said that it's crazy that I'm rambling. What did you just do?
I taught, educated, ate, devoured, cooked.
Okay, so the same thing that I did.
No, the only difference is that I'm based and you're not.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, I can tell you don't know what a lot of things mean. That's fine, bud. That's why I'm here.
What don't I know? What did you ask me that I didn't know?
Yeah, what it means to be the worst president in history. You literally said because of $500 in $500 million in wasteful spending, that makes you worse than the fucking slave owners.
First of all, I never even said a number. So you're making a false point. I never even said a number.
Oh well, excuse me. I thought you said that $500 million. My bad.
No, so it just shows you that not everything you say is correct, right?
Okay, well, it shows that I'm trying to listen to your argument, and I was able to follow exactly everything that you said, apart from a specific number relating to spin on EV. And honestly, what this demonstrates to me, and apparently to the chat, you actually did say $500 million, so start trying to fucking gaslight me. I'm going to choose to believe the 9,000 people watching over you. But if the only thing that you could critique there is the number in which I said relating to EV expenditure, and you cannot critique the fact that Donald Trump is significantly worse for the 77 million human rights violations or anything else that I named, you have fucking lost this conversation, and no reason... And no fucking wonder because he just ran away. That is so beautiful. That is so beautiful. And by the way, for all the Trump supporters watching that are getting ready to tell me that I kicked him, live on YouTube, hands were off the phone, get absolutely dunked on. 2 middle fingers, that's right. Okay, moving on to our next guest. Give us a minute. All right, we're going to go to get that next guest, Aaron Taylor, up in here. Also, yo, Sid, thank you so much for the $50 YouTube super chat. I really do appreciate you so much for the love, Sid. I want to see at least 500 W's for Sid in both of the 2 live chats, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so very, very much. You guys are phenomenal. Guys, thank you both so very, very much. Sid says... hi Dean, hope today is going well. Yeah, today is going well. I appreciate you for the love, Sid. Good to see you once again. I apologize for taking a while to read off your donut. I was just flaming that last guess. Thank you so much for the love, Sid. What is up, Aaron? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. And Derek, thank you for the $5 super chat over on YouTube as well.
I would like to also say good afternoon or whatever time zone you are in.
Yeah, it's 4 p.m. You know,
Okay.
afternoon to evening. Good afternoon or evening to yourself.
Okay, I have 3 points to make.
Okay.
And we can either do it 2 ways. I can let you individually decipher each one, or you can tackle all 3 at once.
Up to you, man.
Okay. We could do it individually. My first point is this. Okay, you say that this Middle East plan that Trump has for Gaza is a ethnic cleansing. Are you
Indeed.
okay? Are you aware that the Arab nations around Gaza are declining to take care of their own people?
What do you say they're declining to take care of their own people? They're declining to accept like the forceful relocation of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip to their country.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that. Why are they aiding and abetting Trump's plan to ethnically cleanse?
Okay. Why should we aid and
Also,
abet
what do you mean, like own people?
like the other Arab nations?
Okay.
They're all
I have a question. Do you think that your own? Are you white?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So you know your own people over there in Italy and France, some places.
Actually, Italians are further related from other Europeans and others.
So those aren't your own people, right?
Ethnic groups within
Those aren't your own people.
Arabs are very closely related. There's actually a
Well, how about you just run the argument without using the terms their own people? I just don't like that.
okay. Well, the point of this is why is it okay for Arab nations who claim that Israel is allowing a ethnic genocide, right? Denying these people. If there's a genocide going on, why are they denying it? And
okay,
why
I'll tell you 2 things because I'm unsure on like what you mean by the denying it. So when you say like neighboring Arab countries are denying Palestinian refugees,
yes, they've been denying
I don't know
for nearly 40 years.
Listen, I don't know if like you're saying that like Egypt and Jordan just didn't want to accept the forceful relocations from
the reason why I bring this up.
One
is
second,
because-
can I talk?
Yes.
Are you referring to Egypt and Jordan not wanting to accept Trump's forceful relocation to Palestinians?
Yes. The reason why I bring this up is because I'm actually, I was married to an Egyptian woman.
Bro.
I was married to an Egyptian woman.
Wait, whoa.
She told me that the governments over there.
Dude,
Actually-
listen. I'm so sorry. So listen, if I was in charge of Egypt or Jordan, right, I would also deny, right, the forceful relocation of Palestinians to my land. You want to know why?
Why?
Yeah, because it's just aiding and abetting in Donald Trump's plan to forcefully displace and ethnically cleanse 1.4 million people.
Okay. Well, let's speak about something that correlates with that. Are we not aiding and abetting Biden and Harris's policies that were weak on our borders by forcefully allowing millions of people who disagree with allowing all these immigrants to come across our border?
Well, that didn't make much sense. Like literally just like the way that you structured your sentences, grammatically speaking, didn't make much sense.
What I'm trying to get at is,
Please repeat that. It's probably my fault. Just repeat that for me.
okay, Trump and Biden. I mean, my bad. Excuse me.
No, dude,
Sorry.
you're good, Aaron. You're good. You're good. Just
I'm sorry.
try to reword
It's
it.
hard not to be nervous when 10,000 people are watching you.
No, man, I understand that a lot. When I first started to go live, I remember like joining up on Parker's stream when you'd have like 1.9 thousand people. Okay, like a fraction of the amount of people that we have in here now, and I was nervous as shit. So I get it. I think
So
it's actually.
I'm sorry. I'm just
reaction.
nervous, and I have public speaking problems. But so what I'm trying to get at is, do you not see how it correlates between countries and other parts of the world compared to us? How the Democrats are forcing pretty much their immigration policies upon us, saying that they want to let more people come across
our borders
in less vetted ways, right?
Yeah. Are you like correlating that to
It's
Palestine?
a correlation. Yes, it's a forceful thing because many people don't agree with democratic policies.
Okay.
So it's a forceful on those who
So-
don't agree with it.
So here's the deal. The correlation that you're trying to make could literally be made about any policy ever passed through our government, because we don't pass
That's what I'm
policy
saying.
on 100% approval. So there's always going to be people that disagree with policy. So some individuals are always going to be forced to abide by policy that they disagree with. And then second of all, I wouldn't say that ethnic cleansing is equivalent to living in a functioning democracy. Because forcing somebody to abide by state-led policy that is moral and good is not the same as violating somebody's human rights, which is immoral and bad.
I guess I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Okay. My second point, though, is earlier. Let me try to remember how. I'm not going to be able to say it verbatim the way the person did, but earlier somebody was talking about how. I'm not going to be able to say it verbatim, but yeah.
You're good, man. You're good, man.
Sorry. So they were talking about foreign policy, and I want to bring up the fact. Are you aware that both times Biden was under presidency, either vice presidency with Obama or his own presidency,
Yep.
that we had been in more engagements military-wise than we had ever been in American history?
Well, I know that one's wrong. Like for instance, like the engagements military-wise under like Obama that are typically mentioned is war in Afghanistan and then drone strikes in the Middle East as a whole. So under Trump's admin, there was a 532% increase in drone strikes compared to Obama's admin. Not to mention the war in Afghanistan continued under Trump. And then, of course, Biden's second time around, we actually were disengaged in war for the first time in modern American history. So I would deny that. Not to mention,
well,
I think Bush and Dick Cheney were a little bit more pro-war than Biden and Obama, right?
Well, under Biden, we actually now to define military engagements, it does not necessarily mean war.
Are you saying like funding,
Our
like
military-
funding Ukraine, funding Israel?
No, I'm talking about like having our
What are you
soldiers
talking
on the ground attacking.
Well, that's wrong. So we actually have no boots on the ground deployed engaging in a war, and we actually had more service member deaths as a result of conflict under Trump's admin compared to Biden and Harris's. 63 compared to 16, I believe. 58 compared to 16. I got my number wrong.
What I'm talking about, though, is more so the fact of military engagements. By what I'm talking about, that we had been on almost every peninsula. I mean, not peninsula, every continent. My bad for mixing up my words. Again, anxiety.
I don't think we don't have any troops deployed fighting a war in Oceania. We don't have any troops fighting a war in Asia. We don't have any troops fighting a war in Europe. We don't have any troops fighting a war in Africa. We don't have troops fighting a war in North or South America. We don't have troops fighting a war in any continent.
What I stated was I didn't say that military conflict is just war.
So what do you mean by military conflict?
We have military operations currently going on in South Sudan, Libya, military conflicts going on in Iraq still.
Okay.
That's Asia. The Middle East is considered Asia on a map. In Oceania, we actually have military conflicts going on with Islamists in the Philippines.
Okay.
We have.
So I'm unaware of more niche specific conflict. So I couldn't tell you anything about any of those.
What I'm saying though is under Trump, he actually withdrew most of our troops from these places. And Biden,
I don't see the relevance in that argument anymore since he said that he might deploy our troops in Greenland and start a war with Europe.
And that's fine.
What?
What do we benefit from being allies with Europe?
A lot?
No, we don't. We lose more money on a year-to-year basis being allies with them.
I don't think you could ever possibly make that calculation. I actually refuse that you could make that calculation. I promise to you that is a calculation predicated on trade deficits. And a trade deficit alone doesn't mean you're losing money.
Not just trade deficits, but military alliances such as NATO and health groups like the World Health Organization.
Okay, so we should be paying into who to have access to their data to keep our own citizens safe. That is literally spending money on keeping more Americans alive.
And there was actually an intelligence report coming from the Five Eyes. Are you aware what the Five Eyes is?
I have no fucking clue what the Five Eyes is. And how much money does the U.S. pay into NATO?
The U.S. pays close to, I think, 80-something% of its budget.
I know, but how much money is that?
I don't know the exact figure, but I know that the exact percentage is roughly 80 plus.
So I'm seeing that the SHAF annual budget for both civilian and military components of the headquarters in NATO is about $2.5 billion, and the United States contributes roughly 16% of this budget, or $400 million. So it looks like we pay $400 million into NATO per year.
And do you know what NATO was created originally for?
To fight against Russian expansionism.
Not Russian, Soviet.
Okay.
Are you aware that Reagan ended communism?
I don't think that's a.
In the Soviet sense, yes, he did.
Okay, the USSR crumbled, communism was over, and liberation through Putin was.
So NATO serves no hold.
Okay, as Russia's currently trying to annex another country to rebuild the USSR.
Who allowed that? And who could have stopped that?
Who could have stopped that? I don't know. What does that question even mean? Nobody?
When did Russia invade Crimea?
Crimea, that was 2014.
Yes, and who was a vice president when that happened?
Biden.
Who was president?
Obama.
Right. So
you agree that Biden and Obama should have done something and helped Crimea?
Yes, he should have.
So wait, if Biden and Obama should have helped Crimea, why shouldn't Trump or any Republican for that matter help Ukraine?
Because this was a war that could have been prevented. because this
Wait,
is a
whoa, oh shit! You just got fucking dunked on because you know the funny thing.
It's not a dunk.
The funny thing about Obama and Biden's response to Russia's annexation of Crimea is exactly the response that the Republicans are calling for, insofar as our engagement and attitudes towards Ukraine, complete withdrawing of funding, surrogacy of weapons, bombs, etc.
You're not defending
And
stand-
you're shitting on it. And I actually agree with you. That was a very bad decision to not engage with Russia under Obama and Biden. And, you know, hindsight is 2020. In retrospect, they should have done it. I bet at the time they were just saying, well, we're just going to act like it's not happening and maybe they'll stop. But then they just picked right back up again, right, when Biden was reelected. And now, right, we are taking the appropriate response that we should have taken with Crimea to begin with, that being completely standing behind the red line we put with them in the sand in the 90s with the Budapest Memorandum to defend and support their right to exist independent of Russia. And seemingly you understand and support that view because you are now arguing that they should have done that same thing for Crimea.
Okay, at that point, I was arguing that Biden had direct availability to stop a war, but when Trump was in office, what act of aggression did Ukraine take out? I mean, not Ukraine, Russia take out on Ukraine?
I don't know of any.
There was exactly. And then what happened when Biden took office again?
Oh, they went right back in there.
Yeah, they took. Okay, that's my point.
But no,
that
that's not your
policy-
point. I want to clarify.
Biden's policies,
Oh, now here we
not
go.
Trump's.
There we go.
Biden's policies proven that Trump's policies worked on a foreign world scale.
Wrong. Can I butt in here real quick? Because what you just said was wrong.
I'll only give me 15 more seconds.
Oh, dear God. Dear Jesus. Well, I'm sorry, man. I'm actually not going to give you 50 more seconds because I want to butt in right now. So you're just saying that you're observing this outcome of aggression against Ukraine under Biden, but not under Trump. Therefore, that means Trump's policy prevented it and Biden's policy allowed it. So you're quite literally saying that the policy of the United States president controls everything that happens in our world on the larger scale. This means that Donald Trump literally caused a pandemic, caused the highest level of unemployment we've had in the last 100 years. And
I'm pretty sure the pandemic was caused by China.
Wait. No, but obviously, if I want to use your argument here, since it happened under his administration, it was caused by Trump's policy.
But it didn't cause. When
Oh, so you're saying I can't just blame something that happens across?
You're making a false correlation.
So you're saying it's a false.
You're making a false
so you're saying it's a false correlation, and it's a logical fallacy to blame something that happens crossway half the world on the policy of the president without.
When
any
there's
evidence.
direct policy that could affect it, yes.
So is that a yes or a no?
Biden and Obama had a
Aaron,
policy.
stop fucking talking. You are like confusing the shit out of me because you're not listening and you're over talking me. Meanwhile, I'm trying to demonstrate a point. So just stop talking and let's slow down. So you're saying I cannot blame something that happens on the other side of the globe on the policy of the administration of our country without evidence.
If there's policy that can stop it, yes.
What is policy that can stop it? What does that mean? I just don't even want to. I just need a yes. I just need that a yes or no. Is it true or false that you can't just baselessly blame what happens on the other side of the planet on the policy of the president without evidence? Is that statement true or false? I want nothing more than that statement is true or that statement is false.
You're not allowing me to defend why it is in my position.
Oh no, because I don't even know what your stance is. I'm not allowing you to defend your stance because I need to know what your stance is yet. Is it true or false that it is a causation fallacy to say that two variables are associated with one another without demonstrating evidence to prove the causal relation? We cannot just say, right, that something halfway across the world was caused by the policy of the president unless we have evidence. Is what I just said true?
There's a difference in subjective truths and objective truths.
Okay, man. I'm going to kick you.
You're going to kick me because you can't defend yourself.
Butterfly, thank you for the galaxy, because you're talking like a goddamn magic 8 ball and making no sense.
No.
You know what? Actually, in like a sense, you are right. I can't defend myself against gibberish.
You can defend yourself. You're just not... You didn't let me finish my statement.
No, I literally just like asked you if correlation causation fallacies invalidate one's argument, and then you're like, there's subjective truths and there's objective truths.
Yes, because you didn't let me finish. There's a difference in a Wuhan lab leak, which is
okay. I'm gonna ask you. I'm just gonna ask you one last time. I'm feeling generous. You've been kind, so I want to just give you one last extension of the olive branch here. Would you say it is unfair to say that two variables that are associated with one another, because they happen at the same time, cause one another unless you have evidence.
I have evidence, and you're not letting me use it.
I need you to answer my question.
Can you repeat your question in layman's terms?
You can't blame anything that happens in the world on our president without evidence, right?
False.
Gonna go on and kick you for that one, buddy. If you think that you could just blame anything that happens in the world on the president, I'm just gonna go on and kick you out. Kick you for that, bud. Sorry, man. Sorry, man. What's up, Jenny? You vote for Trump?
Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, mistake.
No worries, Jenny. No worries, Jenny. We're going to move on to the next guest, you guys. Everybody do just give us a minute. If you want to support this stream and you're watching on TikTok, feel free to support over PayPal. You can find my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on that platform, compared to about 30% here on TikTok. I could also give you a shout out if you attach your name in a message, and I'd love to. And that supports the stream, keeps it alive, and keeps me going for 4 hours a day. If you want to support, but you don't have PayPal, you could also support over YouTube Super Chat, which you could also find in the link in my bio. I'm streaming over there right now with 1.8 thousand viewers and 4K in the studio. It's a lot of fun. What is going on, Ben Williams? Did you vote for Trump?
No, I can't vote.
All right, buddy. See you later. Moving on to the next guest. Wait, Evan's back.
Finally,
Evan, you're back.
Good man.
Is your internet connection better now?
Did I lag out last time? Did you not kick me?
No, I kicked you because your internet connection was bad.
Oh, my fault. Yeah, I'm in South Carolina. Damn, it's happening again. No, I'm in South Carolina. I live in New Hampshire, though. But anyway, I just wanted to bring up one thing, because we already got to talk earlier. I want to get someone else a chance to talk to you. When you were talking to someone about mass deportation earlier, you brought up the fact that illegal immigrants are... I'm pretty sure you said this. I'm not slapping an allegedly tag on this. I'm pretty sure you said that illegal immigrants are good for the economy because they do the same jobs for less money. Is that what you said?
No.
Absolutely. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Undocumented migrants are good for our economy because they pay into the system more than they take out, as well as they're expected to add $1.7 trillion to GDP in the next 10 years.
But do you not agree that you're taking that chance from people in other countries where you can't just walk across the border to America?
Okay. You lagged so bad when you said that.
There's other countries that are bad in the world, correct?
It's crunchy again, Evan. Say it one more time for me. If it's crunchy, I'm just going to kick you. I'm sorry, man. Try it again.
Okay. So do you not agree that they're cutting the line essentially on other countries that are just as bad as where they're coming from or whatever, and they're trying to get a new life in America? Do you not agree that they're just cutting the line and keeping those people in those other countries that, don't have the chance to just walk across the border?
No, they're not hurting other individuals in other countries that are seeking the legal process of migration, because in order to cut the line in the legal process of migration, mean that you'd inevitably have to go through the legal process of migration. They're not going through the legal process of migration. So they're not slowing down the current efficacy of the legal processes of migration.
Yeah, so I'm not saying cut the line in a sense of legally doing it. I'm saying cut the line and they're saying, hey, there's already way too many people in the country and everything, and they're slowing down that process.
No, they're not
of these people from overseas. How?
Because they're not involving themselves in the process whatsoever. In order to slow a process down, you have to put yourself in the process and slow it down. Okay, you could say that they'd be slowing the process down by putting themselves at the front of the line where they then have to go through the legal processes. But no, they just don't go through the legal processes at all. They're not a part of the process at all.
So you don't think that affects the legal process? Be for real.
Yeah, because they're not a part of it.
I'm sorry. Does it not affect the legal process? You don't think that, millions of people coming from, the southern border or whatever affects you don't think it slows down and says, hey, we have way too many...
Let me give you an argument.
Go for it.
If I go to a Wendy's in Boulder, Colorado, am I slowing down the process it takes the Wendy's employees at a place in California to get through their customers?
That's not even close to the same situation, and you know that.
It is. This is just a demonstration.
How?
You can't slow up.
We're talking about a Wendy's in Colorado versus mass immigration, illegal immigration. And I'm saying I don't think that we should be mass deporting people just because they're illegal. I think
Evan, the point of my analogy is just proving or goes to show that when you enter into our country through undocumented means, you don't interfere with the documented means in the slightest. That's just like, what isn't that like logically entailed? Isn't that like kind of like an assumption yet?
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I don't believe it's an assumption though. You don't think that millions of people coming over here illegally, undocumented, and taking up houses, jobs, everything, slows down that process for people coming from overseas countries?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's all I had to say.
Okay. Bye,
Yeah,
Evan.
I'm good.
We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Everybody just give us a minute. Go ahead and drop a MAGA for me down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. As well as Emily. Thank you for the $5 donation over on PayPal. Emily says, love you, Dean. I love you too, Emily. Everybody show Emily some love. Hello, hello. Did you vote for Trump?
You're so fine, Dean. I love you.
You were spamming back in the chat just to say that. Get the hell out of here. Yo, Greedy. Thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Holy crap, Greeny. That is so very kind of you. At least doing a big W. Greeny's down below in that chat. Greeny says, hi, Dean. Hope you're feeling better after what happened with your heart. What you do seems to be stressful. I cannot lie. Yes, it is stressful some days more than others. Today is honestly not that bad of a day. I've been enjoying myself. Hello, hello. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did. What's going on, Dean?
Not that much, man. So why did you vote for the worst presidential candidate of your life?
The go-to catchphrase. I won't agree with that or really play into that, but I do want to kind of point out, you say that the illegal immigrants in here, or you said that you aren't saying that they were bad for the economy or good for the economy because they work for less money, but then you turn right around and say that they take out less than they give in, but that's because that our employers can hire them for pennies on the dollar, whereas American dollars want their worth and their value. And so, yes, they're obviously going to take out less because they're working for less. And obviously, they're going to give in more because they're paying the same prices that everyone else in America is paying.
So when I say they take out less than they put in, I'm talking about benefits they get from our federal government as a result of being a taxpayer compared to the money that they're paying in taxes. And that completely and totally relates to benefits from government, not how much they're being paid by a company.
Gotcha. Okay, I thought you just meant like economy in general. Gotcha. Okay.
If you want to reference the fact that undocumented migrants get paid lower wages on average compared to citizens, why do you think that is?
I just feel like they're willing to work for less wages.
But obviously, but why?
Because they're given a chance to work in a democracy that they don't have to deal with in their home lives.
Not true. Because if that was true, then that would be the same. Then we'd expect legal migrants to be getting paid less than like natural U.S. born citizens. Because if your argument is undocumented migrants accept lower wages because they come from a country where they got paid lower than what they are currently, we'd say the same thing for naturalized legal migrants in America. But because we do not see that naturalized legal migrants in America have lower wages on average compared to U.S. born citizens, we know that reasoning is flawed. So, well, then what is the reason that undocumented migrants are getting paid less? It is because they have less bargaining power. I always forget that word. They have less bargaining power with their employers to seek higher wages compared to U.S. citizens. Okay? And the reason they have less bargaining power is because they're not naturalized citizens or residents of our country, and they're under the threat of deportation. They're uncertain about their future existence as a productive provider into our economy. And these things exploit them, give them less bargaining power, which results in lower wages. So if we want to fix that issue, if we want undocumented migrants in America to have higher wages, we just need to give them more bargaining power. Well, how the hell do we give undocumented migrants in America more bargaining power? We give them a pathway to residency or citizenship. You're killing two birds with one stone. You're killing the bird of how immoral it is to give undocumented migrants like below market wages. Okay, now they're getting paid fair and justly. And you're just adding more to our economy. If they're putting in $100 billion in taxes per year right now with lower than average wages, what are they going to be putting in? The same group of people working the same jobs with the same labor and the same effort as soon as they're getting paid fairer wages. You're literally like, let's offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, and out of virtue of that, change no other variable, change no job, no occupation, no skill set, nothing. All of a sudden, we're bumping up federal revenue per year. we're adding more to the American economy and the GDP. It's a great idea.
I agree with some of your standpoints there for sure. I just think that why not give and not to say that or agree with the guy who's saying that they're necessarily cutting the line, because I agree with you on the standpoint that if you're not involved in the legal processes, you aren't stalling the queue in a sense.
Yeah.
So sorry, I had a distraction. But so just to say that if you're not in the legal processes, you're not necessarily stalling the queue. But in a sense, when you're saying to give them that opportunity to to get the citizenship or the residency and so on and so forth, does that not in a sense stall the queue by allowing them to come over to the country and then giving them all of these incentives in order to gain that citizenship and that residency, to gain higher pay and the bargaining, as you say?
Yeah, because more resources would be allocated towards giving undocumented migrants in America a pathway to residency or citizenship compared to controlling our southern border. So if we left all else the same and just dedicated more resources that we already have towards offering undocumented migrants that pathway to residency or citizenship, our legal processes of migration could get less efficient. You're right. And that's why we need to hit this with a multifaceted plan that does not just address the undocumented migrants that are already in America that have not committed violent crimes by offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship, but also fixing our legal processes of migration. How about instead of spending $175 billion on a mass deportation and the spending of the opportunity cost of over $100 billion per year in additional federal government revenue, we instead take all of that money and spend every single penny of it on additional resources to fix the problems that have already existed at the southern border, expedite that legal process, build more legal ports of entry, get better screening, more efficient screening practices and tools, etc., while also building out very well-ran systems to offer undocumented migrants in our country that pathway to residency or citizenship. It will literally cost less than the plan for mass deportation, and it will produce more efficient outcomes for the future of America, both economically speaking, and if we're just focusing on the ethical concerns and humanitarian concerns of undocumented migrants already in our country, as well as, like the bad ethical concerns in which are onset via very neglected legal processes of migration into America as is.
Yeah, I can I can completely agree with some of the things you're coming with. I think you and I can both agree that it's going to be hard to get an entire country to agree on some of those things. But as you said earlier, there's always going to be some part of the country or some part of the population that's never going to agree with certain policies that they just have to live with. But I wanted to kind of turn to a tangent that you said earlier about, I think you usually use as your number one reason as to why you don't go for Trump, and that's character. But I feel like somebody who avoids interviews at all costs, being speaking about Kamala, because I mean there were months on end where she would just basically not come to any, not necessarily not come, but just she wouldn't be in front of a camera. She wouldn't take any interviews. She wouldn't voice her opinions. She would say all these opinions, or that she had these opinions, but she would avoid one-on-one interviews with reporters unless it was a very biased reporter that kind of ego tripped her into allowing her to speak what she wanted to speak.
So was the interviewer on Fox News a very biased reporter that ego tripped her?
No, I wouldn't say so. Not at all.
So that means you're wrong, right?
I mean, you have one out of the probably hundreds to thousands that were trying to get interviews left and right that she just avoided or would completely just disengage with and walk off. Whereas
but you're assuming
I
her
agree.
Reasoning,
Sorry, go ahead.
You're assuming that her reasoning for going on less interviews and podcast-esque conversations than Trump was because she didn't think that she could stand her ground. Well, we know that she could stand her ground better than Trump, and that was proven at the debate she had with Trump. Okay, and I'm pretty sure she did. She knew she fucking won too. So if Trump was getting interviews and it bumped his, percentages in the polls, then obviously if she were to have done interviews, the outcome would have been even better for her. So now that we have a probabilistic-based argument that would entail the conclusion that Kamala Harris knew that if she did interviews, she would see greater success in the poll compared to Trump doing interviews because she was better at speaking than Trump, better at discussing her policy than Trump, better at discrediting the opposition than Trump made present via the outcome of the debate she had with Trump. Well, then obviously the reason why she avoided these interviews wasn't because of any like potential negative outcome, a lack of public speaking skills, or like et cetera, et cetera. I'd say it's probably because she only had 100 days to run a campaign, and there was bigger, more pressing issues than going on a podcast that she had to face, such as like drafting her policy, meeting her with her constituents in person across the country, choosing a VP, starting a campaign with him. And if she was given more time, she would have done just as much, if not more, interviews than Trump. And we also have to consider that Trump was already like 8 years into the muck. Like when he started running again this term, He already had 4 years of presidency behind him. He already had the Heritage Project drafting Project 2025 since 2015, and a legion of MAGA loyalists working for him. And he was set up, and all he had to do was coast on his fucking private jet, play golf, and talk to people like Joe Rogan, right? And if you're just deciding who the better candidate is predicated on how many interviews or podcasts they do, if Kamala Harris did do more interviews and podcasts than Trump, would you say that you would have voted for Kamala Harris instead?
No, that's not my sole purpose. That was just one of the points that I wanted to bring up.
Right, exactly. I feel like if she did more interviews than Trump, you wouldn't give a shit.
But she didn't. We can't sit here and say that she did.
Phenomenal. But the fact that you wouldn't give a shit if she did demonstrates that you shouldn't give a shit that she didn't.
No, I would. I mean, not in the sense of, she would get my vote by doing more interviews. Trump didn't get my vote by doing more interviews. That wasn't the case.
So then what did Trump do to get your vote? Also, Yoshi, thank you for the 25 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Everybody show some love to Yoshi down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the love, Yoshi.
I'm sorry, what was the question before? I lost track with that.
Why did you vote for Trump? Why do you think he was a better candidate than Harris?
I thought of a lot of his policies, or I won't say all of his policies, but I agree with a lot of his policies more than some of the Kamala's. For so the freedom of speech that he's bringing back, the less censorship of government.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
The emergency, right? Okay, for sure, yeah. The emergency funding, the emergency relief spending, bringing costs down or all across American natural families.
Okay, your first point about freedom of speech. I used explicit language there. Do you want to know why?
Because you have it.
No, because he literally campaigned and ran on a blatant constitutional violation of your First Amendment rights. He wants to put people in jail for a year for burning the American flag. That is violating your First Amendment right to freedom of expression, and that decision was made by the Supreme Court in the late 70s.
But he just signed an executive order on January 20th to release censorship of all government.
Release censorship of all government? What does that mean?
Lessen the censorship.
Okay, what does that mean? What censorship?
They're clearly all over social medias. They news outlets, any mainstream media that you're seeing.
He actually censored AP News from going to his press conferences, and now AP News is suing the Trump administration for a violation of their First Amendment rights. So you're saying that rules for thee but not for me?
Not in the slightest, no.
Okay, so then your point's just hypocritical.
Also not in the slightest, but
it is very hypocritical to say that Trump is a pro-free speech. Meanwhile, he has a lawsuit on his hands because he's not allowing, AP News to show up to his press conferences for a violation of their First Amendment rights. And he ran on another First Amendment right violation of imprisoning people for burning the American flag. What First Amendment rights violations did Kamala Harris run on?
I'm sorry, you cut out one more time?
What First Amendment rights violations did Kamala Harris run on? Because so far we definitely have one and plausibly two First Amendment rights violations that Trump ran on.
I'm sorry, my girlfriend stepped out. One more time, I'm sorry, man. I got distracted.
Yeah. So Donald Trump ran on 3 First Amendment right violations. He said that he wanted to deport pro-Palestine protesters. He said that he wants to imprison individuals for burning the American flag. And now he's a lawsuit on his hands from AP for First Amendment rights violations by banning them from his press conferences. So please tell me what First Amendment rights violations Kamala Harris ran on.
I can't really give you any exact examples on that one.
Okay, so if I can give you 3 precise, specific examples of First Amendment rights violations Trump ran on, and you can give me any of Kamala Harris's, that probably means that Kamala Harris was more pro First Amendment than Trump, right?
You also said that Kamala Harris only had a month to do her whole campaign, and she was never actually in presidency. Therefore, what does she have the power to do?
Wait, she built an entire platform and policy agenda just like Trump, and I'm referencing all of the policies that she announced she would implement if elected compared to all of the policies that Trump announced that he would implement if he was elected. And comparing their 2 platforms, Donald Trump's include 2 First Amendment right violations, and hers included 0 First Amendment rights violations.
Okay, but you can't really use what policies they say they're going to implement because, Republican and Democratic on both sides, we've seen all through history that a lot of promises that they're made through their campaign never actually get put into effect.
Okay, so if Donald Trump ran on slavery, would you still vote
Donald
for him?
Trump
And
is
that wouldn't
president
be under
now and signed an
consideration.
executive order on January
Well,
20th to
answer my question.
lessen
If
the
Donald Trump
censorship.
literally ran on bringing slavery back, and I was like, you shouldn't vote for Trump because he's running on bringing slavery back, would you be like, well, you can't really use that because we don't know if he'll actually implement it?
No.
Precisely. So we actually can evaluate proposed policy for the overall perceived efficacy of an administration. Thank you for your concession. It means a lot.
Also, back to the character thing. What does the code switching have to do for her character?
The code her code switching is completely irrelevant to any evaluation that anybody should make about her character. What?
That is everything you. If you can't stand for what you believe in without code switching, that is all for your character.
Oh my God. Okay. So you're referring.
Why do you feel the need to change your voice and change the
So
way you say things in
I
order to
just-
fit in with the people you're talking to at the moment?
So I just want to clarify that you think black people are doing something bad when they code switch from speaking AAVE to not speaking AAVE. This is racism, and let me explain to you how.
It
Because
wasn't
now
just
you've
black
created
people.
no,
She's
no,
code
let me-
switched
let me-
multiple
let me-
times.
Let me speak here. Because now
Go
you've
ahead.
created a negative feedback loop where any direction a black person goes, all of a sudden they're doing something wrong. So, if a black person decides to code switch between speaking in AAVE and not speaking in AAVE, predicated on the audience they're in front of, because white people like to stigmatize the usage of AAVE, call it quote unquote ghetto, uneducated, ignorant, etc. Well, all of a sudden, they're doing something wrong because according to you, they don't want to represent their true, authentic self in front of everybody. But if they do always speak in AAVE, well, then all of a sudden, they're ghetto, they're uneducated, they're ignorant, and like white people don't support them and think they're lesser than. And that's just like another example of, a white individual superimposing a false dichotomy where no matter what decision a black person makes, they're doing something wrong.
Okay, Dean. Last point, because I have 1% of my.
I think his phone died. I think his phone just died. Get fucked. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that 1% was not lasting. Okay, yeah. His phone definitely died. Let's go and get that next guest up in here. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in that box. All right. Everybody, do just give us a minute. We got Lab Girl loading up in. If you are in that queue, make sure that you voted for Trump. Yeah, he left. His phone died. Or he took an L and found a convenient way out. Oh, who cares? We're okay. We're okay. We still dished him that L nonetheless. All right, you guys. Yo, Cameron, with a $5 super chat over on YouTube saying, I have a flag of you in my room. You've inspired me so much. Wish me luck in my next speech and debate tournament. Good luck, Cameron. And that is crazy that people have flags of me in their rooms. That is, dude, I'm just some like a random dude on the internet that decided to start debating like other random people like a couple years ago. And now you're telling me that people have flags of me in their room? That's so crazy to me, man. That is so crazy to me. I don't get it. But I mean, that's cool, right? Like that's sick, but like, holy cow. What's up, Liam? You vote for Trump?
How did I get here?
By joining the queue.
I didn't realize.
It's
Well,
okay,
I
bye,
hope
Liam.
if
Funny fetus. Everybody's like, where do I get one? Yo, should I just start selling some flags? First official Dean merch drop. Yo, Michaela, thanks for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you. All right, we got Dark Essence loading up in. Yes. Okay. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. I guess we'll do it, quite frankly. Hello, Dark Essence. Did you vote for Trump? Dark Essence is not here. You guys, I've been really loving these lives again lately. I think what it is, it sounded a little silly there. I've calmed myself down a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, have I been a little bit more chill than... Sorry, I accidentally exited out of the app there. Have I been a little bit more chill than typically? Also, you guys, go ahead and spam MAGA down below in that chat if you want to join up, y'all. Go ahead and spam MAGA down below in that chat if you want to join up, you guys. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah. So I kind of did that because, the show My Heart the other day, but it's actually making like the lives significantly more enjoyable for me. All right, let's go to get Palm up in here. Here we go, you guys. Yo, Nation Gaming with a $2 super chat over on YouTube saying, keep cooking. You got it. Appreciate you for that love. What is up, Palm? Did you vote for Trump?
So I got kind of a unique perspective in that I didn't vote for him, but he earned my support.
Oh, wow. I actually do want to hear this. Go for it.
Okay, yeah. So I voted for Kamala mainly because I'm from Minnesota and she had Tim Walz as her VP. I really liked him, but I've just kind of liked what Trump's been doing. So sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. There's so many people.
What the fuck? Now, wow. Okay, talk to us. Tell us about it. Explain yourself.
Okay, so I voted for Kamala, like I said, because of her VP.
Yeah,
and also
yes. Tell us why you voted for Kamala Harris.
Oh, because I really like Tim Walz. He fed the kids in my state. My kids benefited from that school lunch program. So,
Okay.
But anyway.
Okay. And like getting rid of the federal board of education will feed less kids.
Oh yeah. Listen, I don't love everything that Trump has done, but my my ex-wife worked for the federal government, and now she's fired, so I feel a lot better.
You're fucking trolling.
I'm so sorry, man. Have a good one.
Dude. Get the fuck out of here. I didn't expect that one. We're gonna go to load up our next guest. All right, here we go, you guys. Honestly, I was kind of hoping that he was like real, just to like because that is like a very I wonder. I bet I could count how many people that voted for Kamala Harris that now support Trump. I bet I could count how many people have done that in America on like my hands.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to join.
I'm so sorry. No worries. You know what I mean? I feel like I could count those people on my fucking hands. Can't be many at all. What's up, Ben? Did you vote for Trump?
No.
Okay, bye, Ben. All right, moving on to our next guest. Here we go, guys. All right, we got our next guest, Carter, loading up into the box. Everybody do just kind of give us a minute. All right. Zoe with a $5 super chat over on YouTube. Fellow anti-MAGA Minnesotians, where you at? Probably a lot of them, right? Minnesota went blue. Wait, actually, no, did it? Did it go blue? I don't even know. I think it might have went red. I have to look at that electoral college map again. What's up? Did you vote for Trump?
I love you. You're so fine. You're so fine. I love you.
Appreciate you for the love. Moving on to the next guest, you guys. Just looking for debates. You already know. Not a lot of people that want to come up here and debate me. Oh, man, if this ain't a troll, I'm excited. Please load in and tell me you're not a troll. Come on. Come on, man. Load in. Come on. Load in. Load in. Load in. Oh, man. They won't load in. They're... Shit. Did bro seriously not know which way Minnesota voted? I mean, I'd assume it was blue, but honestly, I assumed a lot of states were going to be blue when they weren't. So, unfortunate. Somebody in the chat just said, damn, I fell off. What? Okay, next guest is loading up in here, guys. Let me know if you're MAGA down below in that chat. I'll load you up into the live. Everybody, just give us a minute. Budman88, you better get your booty up here, Budman, since you
hello?
Hello, Matt. That was quite British of you. It was a very British entrance. What time is it?
Hello, can you? Yes, can you hear me?
I sure can. What time is it?
Well, I'm not in Britain. I'm in Iran, and it's around 4 a.m. right now.
I'm so sorry. Why am I assuming that literally every accent is
I'm in
British?
Iran,
I'm
and
sorry.
it is 4 a.m.
Well, I'm sorry for assuming that you were British. And I
so-
also appreciate you for coming up, Matt. We are just looking to debate individuals that voted for Trump, and I'm sorry for assuming that you were British. What's going on, Xander? Did you vote for Trump?
What's up? I actually voted third party, but I am arguing.
Bye. Moving on. All right, you guys. Here we go. Florida Girl 89 in the chat is spamming Trump 2020. Dude, what? Bro, join this live right now. Hello?
Hi.
Florida Girl?
What? What did I do?
Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I'm gays for Trump.
Are you telling the truth?
I don't know. I forget.
Okay, trolling. Goodbye.
No, I'm not. Oh my god, you're being...
All right. TikTok official, please. Oh, they're loading in. Load. No. Wait. They were just in the chat. This is my calling. TikTok official Tanya, mother of 5, Greenville, Alabama, loves long walks on the beach. Please join the live. Come on, Tanya, mother of 5 from Alabama. Please join. You were just spamming MAGA in the chat. I know you're on your phone. No, they didn't connect. Okay, Brian, what's up? Did you vote for Trump?
What's going on, man? Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Okay. Also, hey, guys, if you're watching the stream and you want to support, you can find my PayPal in the link tree in the bio. Keeps the stream going. Supports me very much so. Why did you vote for Trump?
All right, I'm not a good debater, so, take it easy on me, but I do my research. It's hard to pull it up as fast as you do, but, one thing I liked about Trump was he didn't force, mask and mandates on everything like Kamala and Biden like to do.
Oh, come on. Oh, the business shutdown, those forced mandates were all under Trump's administration.
Well, I get.
Come on. If you're gonna make correlation causation fallacies, at least know whose administration they're under.
How do you like those Wago connectors?
Hello?
Wago?
Okay, I don't know what's going on with him. We're experiencing some technical difficulties. Hello, real women for Trump.
Hey.
Hey, so everybody that voted, every woman that voted for Kamala Harris, they're not real women?
I guess not.
So you can have a vagina, functioning ovaries, and have the ability to get pregnant without being a real woman?
Okay, so you know what? It's just like a play on words, okay? It's not literal. You know that.
Well, it seems like I'm really able to use your rudeness against your other bigoted beliefs. Anyways, how old are you?
I'm 19.
You're 19, and what year were you born in?
I was born in 2005.
You're 19, you're born in 2005. Did you vote for Trump?
I did vote. Yes, of course I voted for Trump.
And why did you do that?
Well, all the standard things, of course, like immigration. He's going to get out all the illegals, setting the tone, securing our border.
The tone, mass deportation. So why do you think that the mass deportation of undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes is a good thing?
Well, because under Biden-Harris, there was just way too many people undocumented came into our country, and that's just not okay. Like, where do we draw the line?
Why is that bad? Like, I'm just asking you, how do undocumented migrants in America that haven't committed violent crimes hurt America?
Okay, I know you're all like, yeah, they boosted GDP and all that, but
you know my arguments. Real quick, where's your accent from?
I'm from Georgia.
From Georgia. I have a question. What is the most prominent college in Georgia known for?
What the I'm actually, personally, I'm at Georgia Tech.
GSU? Football.
Yeah, go Yellow Jackets.
Football. Football is the answer. Football.
Pardon?
UGA, right? Is it football?
Well, no. Fuck UGA. Go Georgia Tech. Yellow Jackets.
Okay. MGT? Okay. I don't believe you.
What?
I think you're like a troll.
What does that even mean?
Well, okay, since you don't know what a troll is, you may be telling the truth.
What are you talking about?
What is your favorite thing to eat?
Why can't we talk about Trump?
What is your favorite meal? Because now it's, half rack of some ribs with some good barbecue sauce made on that grill with a little bit of side of that cornbread.
Okay, well, now you're just being offensive.
Well, no, I'm just describing what I eat when I visit my family in Tennessee.
Oh, well, good for you. That sounds real good.
So,
Okay, see, exactly. You're just being condescending.
I'm not being condescending. I'm laughing at my own joke. Okay, a lot of the times, like I'm not like being condescending to you. I sit here for 4 hours a day and I take shit from some of the most insufferable humans alive. I have to be able to laugh at my own jokes sometimes.
Yeah. No, I know.
I think that you're slow, so goodbye. Moving on. Hello.
How did you let Chris get this fucking tattoo? It's so bad. You're not his real friend. What the fuck?
Okay,
It's so fucking bad.
Okay, yeah. Well, I personally really like Chris's tattoo. Thank you.
Oh, you're fucking trolling. That's a troll. If that girl wasn't trolling, you're trolling.
Come on.
That is a joke. It's
No,
from the Washington Post. They're fucking
the only reason
owned by some Zionist right-wing dude.
The only reason you don't like his tattoo is because you know that it's a blast against your Lord and Savior, right? And you can't handle that blasphemy, okay? Chris didn't keep the knee bent to the Orange Menace. He stepped out of line, and now you made a whole...
I criticize Trump more than he could ever criticize the Democrats.
You have such a recognizable voice. Have you been up here like a billion times?
Why does everyone say that? I don't know. I guess like I got a pretty voice or something. I don't know.
Get the fuck out of here. Moving on to our next guest. All right, here we go, you guys. Next guest is loading up in. Hello, Lewis. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
You're driving, right?
I am in a car, yeah.
Unfortunately, you can't be driving on TikTok Live. Hey, Jesse, 67110. Sorry, 6710. I've seen you down below in that comment section for quite a while, spamming MAGA. Just hop in the guest request. I will happily bring you up next. Also, Lillian, thank you for the $5 super chat saying I've been a fan for a while. Thanks for dealing with insufferable people for our entertainment. Man, I appreciate you for the love, Lillian. And hello, Facts Over Feelings.
What's up, bro?
You know that your name's not unique? Yeah, I've probably debated a good like 15 people with an identical username to you. Then they all end up placing their feelings over facts.
Interesting.
Yeah. Did you vote for Trump?
Of course.
Okay. Throughout this conversation, I'm going to demonstrate to you how your name contradicts the way that you build your beliefs. So go ahead and tell me why you voted for Trump.
Because he freed Lil Wayne and Kodak Black.
Well, I don't even need to say anything. It's abundantly clear already.
Well, you don't think they should have been freed? You think they should have stayed locked up? That sounds a little racist, and you used the N-word, buddy.
I don't know anything about why either of the two individuals were in jail, so I'm agnostic on the issue. And do you think I'm racist?
As a black man, I do.
Okay, check this. How do I stop being racist?
I think you should pay me reparations, like at least like 10 bands, and then we'll be like even, bro. And then I'll be your biggest fan too.
Okay, well, we're gonna move on. Everybody, we got Cosmic Colorado loading up into the box. Everybody just give us a minute. We got Maya loading up in. I felt that one coming from like forever away. You know, I think that Nick Fuentes and Sneeko were like, pay us $50,000 and you'll not be racist anymore. Because like Nick Fuentes is Hispanic and Sneeko is, I think Sneeko's black. And they posted videos. They're like, pay us 50 bands and you'll no longer be racist. What's up, user? You vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, how old are you?
Sorry?
How old are you?
25.
25. So why did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump because I felt that his first term was pretty good. We had a great economy. The stock market was booming, except for the whole COVID era and stuff like that. I also felt that the tax cuts he made for, corporate tax cuts, sorry. The corporate tax cuts he made was pretty good. It actually advanced the fields of, for example, renewable energy. I know Biden's legislation did a lot for that with the Inflation Reduction Act.
MLG, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. I know that Biden's legislation for IRA did the same thing. It kind of like boosted renewable energy, but Trump's tax cuts were really huge, that it actually boosted corporations, not only in the renewable energy field, I'm talking about like in general, to hire more people. And sure, you can argue that, billionaires got richer and billionaires got some tax cuts, so on and so forth. But we did have one of the lowest unemployment rates of kind of all time under Trump's first term. So yeah, that was like the main reasons that I voted
What
for
is Trump's
Trump.
proposed corporate tax rate reduction?
I believe it's 21%, right? Or it was last term.
What is it this term?
I'm not sure. Is it lower?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, so it's 15%. So
All
you're
right.
just saying that it boosted all these sects when he cut his corporate tax rate. So when you say boosting sects, do you just mean that they were better able to engage in business commerce? And that's typically resembled by like higher levels of revenue, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and we could see,
But not only that.
well, one moment. Now we could see like increases in company revenue via like the gross domestic product on the macro scale, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then we know that it didn't boost any company's revenue all too much, because on the macro scale, what we saw was that his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only led to a 0.04% increase in our GDP every year, which is about $20 billion.
Sure, but you could also argue that a lot more
And
people.
you could argue that some of that was not even a result of dropping the corporate tax rate, but also just like the other tax cuts that he had for like personal federal taxation rates.
Sure, but you could also argue that his tax cut enabled more companies to hire more people, and thereof making it so that the unemployment level went down, right?
You can't argue that.
You literally can argue that.
Do you
and
want to
that
know
is-
why you can't argue that? Because
Shoot.
Brookings studied it. Brookings did a study on the immediate outcome of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and what impact it had on macro level business investment. And we saw no noticeable difference in business investment on the macro scale in America before and after the introduction of Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. When a company hires more employees, what that means is that they're investing more into their business. Because we didn't see companies invest more into their business, we didn't see companies hire more employees. And by the way, this low unemployment rate that you keep bringing up was beat under Biden's administration twice. And if you just think whatever happens under Trump's presidency was caused by his policy, it's just as likely that his policy caused his low unemployment rates as they caused the highest level of unemployment we've had in our country since the Great Depression in April of 2020 at 14.8%. That's why
Yeah, but are you
causation, correlation arguments are bad.
Are you counting the COVID unemployment rates? Because that's not fair, right?
Precisely. It's not fair for us to blame the 14.8% level of unemployment in April of 2020 on Trump because it was caused by an external variable. And that's why we can't just basically associate things that happen in our country with being caused by the sitting administration, as you are doing with unemployment rates and Trump.
Wait, but unemployment rates do actually, so there are causations and correlations between unemployment rates and whatever legislations or, I guess, quote unquote, law that the federal government is putting forward. You do agree on that?
Well, then Donald Trump, his policy was directly related to the 14.8% level of unemployment in April 2020, per your own logic, per the last sentence that came out of your mouth.
No, it's different because we were hit.
Why?
With
That's literally the unemployment rate.
Yeah, but we were hit.
Oh, but
with
it's
an
different.
External, all right, we were hit with an external factor.
Great.
Right?
So external variables can explain how things happen in our country. If you're going to make an argument that the presidency caused anything in our country on the macro scale, you have to give an argument, i.e. suggest evidence. You tried to suggest evidence through the employment of the cuts in corporate tax rates under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and I was successfully able to refute that via giving you counter evidence that a Brookings study indicated that it led to no new business investment on the macro scale, meaning no new reinvestment for new employment, and it only added $20 billion to our GDP per year, half of that coming from deductions in personal income taxation rates, meaning that cutting the corporate tax rate only allowed companies to generate an additional $10 billion per year, and that is for every country in America.
Okay.
See what I mean?
I do see what you mean.
Perfect.
That was good. All right. So, point number 2.
Blackstar, thank you for the money gun. Go for it.
Point number 2. I do think it is a good idea that we make it so that the border is more secure, that we do have less people, I'm not going to say illegal immigrants because they're not illegal. I'm going to say undocumented immigrants. I think that would be a correct term.
Based.
I think knowing how many undocumented immigrants there are and processing them faster would be much better. And I believe that, while Trump's method is kind of sort of unethical, the shit he's doing with ICE right now, I do still believe that there's like it does make sense on some levels. Like you do need to hit that shit hard and you need to hit that shit fast. So first of all, taking care of the undocumented migrants as quick as possible, either sending them back or like processing them through judges and whatever stuff it is that they need to go through in order to get their green cards or visas or stuff like that. I do think.
Wait,
it's
so you're
important.
just saying that we need a solution to document all undocumented migrants in America, and Donald Trump offers a solution through mass deportation. So what if a better solution existed?
Are you talking about the bipartisan bill?
No. The better solution would be just to offer all undocumented migrants in America that haven't committed a violent crime a pathway to residency or citizenship. They'd be naturally incentivized to do so because they'd get higher wages from doing so with more bargaining power via their employee. It's
Sure,
good for
but
them,
which
good for
other
us, and good for the country.
Sure, but the latest numbers that I saw of the amount of undocumented migrants currently in the U.S. is about 10 million. Is that true?
I'm unaware, but I'm fine with accepting that number. Those are 10 million individuals that will be better prepared to provide for themselves and the country as a whole, given a pathway to residency or citizenship.
If they can provide for themselves, right? Because we see a lot of European countries that try to
undocumented migrants paid $100 billion in taxes in the federal, state, and local level per year, while getting damn near no benefits from the taxpayers' dollars. They do indeed provide for themselves.
All right. So how can undocumented migrants that have no social security pay taxes?
ITINs.
Sorry?
Either ITINs or when they go to work and they're documented by a employer, it is the case that they're given an ITIN number and their taxes are deducted out of their paycheck and they don't get a return, meaning that they actually pay higher effective tax rates than you.
Okay. Damn, dude. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else?
Here comes a shocker. I'm not even American, and I hate Donald Trump. Fuck that guy.
Well, I started to assume that you weren't from America when you started to name policy and break down the economic impacts and extrapolate causal reasoning insofar as how he caused the lower unemployment.
Dude, I was just trying to debate to debate. So thank you for your time. Fuck Donald Trump. I hate that guy.
Well, I guess appreciate you for coming up. I was going to ask you what time it was, just because I guess I didn't dude, someone comes up here giving like a half coherent argument, probably not from America. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. Everybody just give us a minute. Real quick, I'd love to thank Elena for the $10 donation over on PayPal, saying making steak right now made me think of you. Yo, based Elena, what kind of steak are you making? Let's also get 100 W Elenas in those live chats, ladies and gentlemen. I'd also like to thank Ashley with a $5, Rennie with a $5, Sophia with a $10, Joe with a $3, and Christina with a $2. Thank you guys so much. If anybody else wants to support me, support the stream, you can find my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. Go 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Go straight to me. 0 to TikTok, 0 to anybody else. If you don't have PayPal and you want to support the stream, you could support me over YouTube Super Chat. Hello, Joseph. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, dude.
Bro, leave
No. Wait, please.
Actually, I'm super curious. How old are you? Be honest.
Like, honest?
Yeah.
16.
That's not being honest. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Dude. Oh, man. Bro, you know that you're young as hell when you lie up about your age and you say 16. You like, come on, when 16 is old, dude, that's a crazy perspective on reality. When 16 is old. You know? Back in my day, we used to call them kids squeakers. Back in my day was when I was a squeaker myself. And I got bullied on every COD lobby I would join. Moving on to our next guest. Here we go. We got Camellia loading up in. Phenomenal. Squeakers. Dude, we need to bring that back. What if I start calling the fetuses on the live squeakers instead of fetuses? I feel like we need to bring that one back. That's like the one word used on Call of Duty that was actually redeeming for society by like the average 14-year-old. I've talked about this a little bit. I think that it was like video game culture that like red pilled so many young white guys. Like, dude, this shit is fucked. If there's one thing that we need to be talking about to shift, political ideologies and like young white guys farther to the left, we need to address like online video game culture. What's going on, Camila? Did you vote for Trump?
So I actually didn't vote this election.
Okay. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. Everybody, just give us a minute. We got Ezekiel Thomas loading in. By the way, we're probably only going to do another guest or two. Is Parker still watching? Because he wanted to know when I was going to get off. No, Parker's not watching. All right, let's go and get the next guest up in here right now. We got Dayton loading into the box. Here we go. Wait, guys. This one person that's been spamming like Trump in the comment section for like the last 8 years said that they are in the queue. I say we try to find them. What's their name? It starts with a J. Jillian? Jill? Something like that, right? You're not in the queue. You lied to me. Get our next guest up in here. Jesse. That's the name, is Jesse. Okay, let's try to find Jesse. What's up, Selly or Jackson? Did you vote for Trump? Hello? Joseph, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Get out of here, squeaker.
Wait, no, please.
Bringing it back. We got Joseph loading up in. I'll be off pretty soon. All right. Let's get that next guest up in here. Everybody just be patient. Real Women for Trump is back in the queue. Oh, God. Bro, why are like debates so hard to come by? $10 minutes. Sorry, guys. I was just responding to Parker. Parker's about to go live. When Parker goes live, we'll probably end, and I'll send you guys on a raid over there. Well, let's try to get the last debate of the night. Is Jesse in the request? No, dude, Jesse's not in the request. Yo, another Jesse. Thank you so much for the 50 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. That means so much. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse says, let's see here. Jesse says, watched your videos for 5 hours yesterday and it made me more hopeful for the future. Thank you for putting in the good work. Jesse, that's so kind of you. I want to get at least 500 big W Jessies in the live chats. That is so freaking kind of you. Thank you. As well as MLG will be $10 super chat saying for all those times I bullied you and called you squeaker in the COD lobbies. Crazy work. Yeah, that was me back then. Okay. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. What is up, AGATA? Did you vote for Trump?
How do I leave?
Boom. Don't worry, I got you. Moving on to the next guest. Oh my God, you guys are killing me. Yeah. Jesse says, "Make America Great Again." I request him. Girl, you did not request. You're not in that queue, Jesse. Quit lying. Quit capping. Jesse's not in that queue, bruh. Jesse's just been spamming that chat for like a century. Hello, Alexandra. Did you vote for Trump?
Fuck no. I do have something to say.
Okay, Kate, thank you for the $2 over on YouTube Super Chat and for the kind message as well. Here we go. Under the Street Lamp is loading up, quite frankly. I'm losing my mind. Hello, did you vote for Trump?
Do you still use the N-word and the gay F-word, or have you grown up?
Ah, yes, I've grown up. I no longer use racial slurs. I have a question. Do you think I'm racist?
I've seen the screenshots. I've seen all the screenshots.
So have I, and so have a lot of people. Do you think I'm racist?
Hypocritical. Yes, I do.
It is not hypocrisy.
And you're homophobic.
Ah, no, I'm not. Can I demonstrate? Yes, can I prove this to you? Don't leave. You're gonna run away because you know that I'm about to mug the fuck out of you. Okay. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course he's running away because like this is like by far the worst losing position known to mankind. And I'll go ahead and just tell you guys how. So like, no, I'm not racist. I'm not homophobic. Why? Because I've been able to grow the fuck up. So why do a lot of Trump supporters, like to project their position that they can't become a better person onto me? Because if a 20-year-old white boy on TikTok can hold themselves to a higher level of accountability than the goddamn president, all of a sudden they have a huge conundrum on their hands. So how do they resolve this? By just saying that I'm still a racist, still homophobic. Here's how to beat this position. How do I stop being racist? How do I stop being homophobic? If they answer in good faith, it's demonstrably true that it's already something I have been done. So they're either forced to not respond at all, to leave, or to answer in bad faith. If you'll notice, that's the same thing I asked the guests that last came up to posit the claim that I'm racist. I asked that question, what do? They answered in bad faith. They said, by giving me $10,000. Okay, well, that's a bad faith answer. What about a good faith answer? And that is why that is such a losing position. Risky Pickles, welcome in. I'll mute that mic. Sorry, I was muting you because you had background noise and I was explaining the biggest losing position known to mankind. Risky Pickles, can you unmute your mic for me? Okay, I guess not. We're going to move on to the next guest unless Risky Pickles. Hi.
What's up?
Hey, are you driving?
Yeah. Hey, you might not be racist, but I am, nigger. All right? You.
Okay, their at is African Pap Smear. Take that at. Do whatever you want with it. I do not believe in anonymity for such individuals on the internet. I don't think that they should. That's my take. I find absolutely nothing morally wrong whatsoever with advocating for transparency with the identity of people online that do that shit. Because if there was more transparency with the identities of the people who said and said things, then they wouldn't do it. Like that last guess, I bet he fucking walks into work on Mondays with a smile on his face. Okay. And says he does nothing to anybody. But then as soon as he gets online, he starts acting that way. So, if it's the lack of anonymity in person that prevents said actions, you don't deserve anonymity on the internet either. And I'll stand behind that. Rosie, what's up? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why is that?
Immigration policy.
Oh, man. Really hard question from Dean here. Can you name one long-term border solution that he wants to influence to get passed through Congress?
Can you repeat the question?
One long-term policy that will serve as a solution to issues that exist at the southern border that he wants to influence to get passed through Congress.
Project Aurora.
What is Project Aurora?
That is the dismantling of the Venezuelan illegal gangs in New York City.
So when you actually search up Project Aurora on the internet, nothing about Trump's admin pops up in the slightest. Plus, you said about dismantling gangs in New York City. I asked you about a long-term border bill.
Yeah,
For the
so the Venezuelan gangs facilitate the additional border crossings of additional Venezuelan gang members.
Okay.
That's the question. I answered it.
So that's an immigration policy. I asked you for a border policy.
I haven't mentioned anything about border policy. I don't. You asked me what policy, why I voted for Donald Trump.
And you said immigration. Okay, fair. Do you agree with the deportation of undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes?
Yeah, and so do you, because I watched your post yesterday, and you did agree with the deportation of nonviolent criminals. You said that you believe that immigration into this country needs to be done legally and safely, and you believe that the process should be streamlined and made easier. Well, how does that change? Why would, from your statement yesterday, why wouldn't that change the fact that you think all the people who came here illegally need to be deported?
Great. So I think that two things that works. 1 second. It works. Sorry, just texting Parker back. So I think two things can be true at once, especially these two things. They actually coincide with one another quite well. So yeah, I do think that our legal processes of migration should be significantly better. While I also think that undocumented migrants in America that have not committed violent crimes should not be deported, they should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship. I think this for like 3 reasons: humanitarian concerns, and then economic concerns, and practical concerns. There we go. I find it much more humanitarian to offer nonviolent undocumented migrants a pathway to residency or citizenship for multiple reasons that should be given. Economic concerns, we'd be draining government resources, both in the immediate future by spending $175 billion on mass deportation, also scapegoating the opportunity cost of losing out on an additional $100 billion per year in federal, state, and local tax revenue generated by undocumented migrants. Meanwhile, it is the case that if we offered all undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes that pathway to residency or citizenship, they'd continue to pay into our tax system what they already are. They'd continue to add to our GDP what they already are, but they do so to higher degrees as they'd have more bargaining power with their employers to get paid higher wages. Then practicality concerns, I just find it impractical to do a mass deportation of like 12, 20 million individuals. And this is the reason why no Republican administration has ever been able to get it done in modern American history, although every single one has toted about wanting to get it done, is because it's nearly impossible. So that's why I find the mass deportation of undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes to be unwarranted.
Everything you said sounds amazing.
It does sound amazing.
It's just so impractical. You're imagining that undocumented people are currently paying a large amount of taxes, and that if they got their citizenship, if they were streamlined into citizenship, that they'd somehow stop working off the books and start working on the books, because that will. And additional to that,
wait. If they're not working on the books right now, that means they're not paying taxes. Every single undocumented migrant that is paying taxes in federal, state, and local, and like jurisdictions, is doing so through the use of an ITIN on the books.
Yes, and do you know what the percentage of illegals that pay taxes to illegals that don't?
Absolutely fucking not. I would bet that there's a significantly higher proportion of undocumented migrants in our country that don't pay taxes because they don't have residency compared to U.S. citizens, which only gives them further credence to my position. Because if we did offer undocumented migrants a pathway to residency or citizenship, they'd be more likely to work on the books, meaning that my past projections that government revenue insofar as what's paid into the tax system by undocumented migrants wouldn't only go up because they'd be getting paid more due to having citizenship, meaning they have more bargaining power with their employee, but they'd go up even fucking higher because they'd be more likely to work on the books.
There's no substance there. So you have an idea, you think that they're going to, you think that you're saying that, oh, they would do this, but there's no way to gauge what percentage will want to start working on the books and paying taxes, and who's going to remain exactly how they are now and just enjoying their life working off the books and taking cash home, which a lot of documented Americans do that because they don't want to deal with the tax system.
So there's one thing that we can
Why would the undocumenteds who already live just fine like that in their own communities, Why would they suddenly want to just start paying into the tax? Look, what we're talking about is semantics.
Let me respond to that real quick. So we could gauge the first claim that I made about them paying more in taxes via like having citizenship due to more bargaining power, because that's like the only deductive reason insofar as why they get paid lower wages right now. There's no other
American
possible.
citizens don't have bargaining power.
What?
We could barely form unions at Starbucks. We don't have bargaining power because we have people like why would illegals suddenly have bargaining power because they become citizens? They're just going to become citizens. Citizens don't currently have bargaining power.
Okay.
Why would they?
Yeah, citizens. So you don't. So what you're saying is false. When you say that like citizens in America do not have bargaining power against their employer right now, you're telling a lie. What you're meaning to say is that you believe that citizens don't have enough bargaining power with their employees. And I agree with that. Very pro-union. You know me. You know the Democrats. Very pro-union. I'd, of course, advocate for more bargaining power on behalf of U.S. citizens any day of the week. But although U.S. citizens don't have as much bargaining power as I'd want them to have, it is still yet the case that undocumented migrants have even less. So merely positing the idea that U.S. citizens don't have enough bargaining power does not dispute the claim that undocumented migrants have less. And then you're like, because they're here through undocumented reasons? Yes, you're right. And that's why the idea of offering undocumented migrants a pathway to residency or citizenship is all the more appealing, because it is something that we could easily remedy for the humanitarian concerns and ethics of them getting paid lower wages compared to U.S. citizens due to the lack of bargaining power, and B, the economic outcomes of offering them said solutions to generate even more,
Are we differentiating migrants from illegal? Are we differentiating migrants from illegals?
Yes. This entire time I've been using the term undocumented migrant. You're just too dumb to track.
Okay, so we're talking about migrants, illegal migrants,
undocumented migrants,
there you go. Which would include illegals who crossed over.
So when you use the term,
are we talking about people here on asylum? We're talking about completely illegal border crossing.
Don't worry. I'll happily explain it to you. When you use the term illegal alien, illegal like migrant, etc., that is what I mean by undocumented migrant. I just find terms such as illegal migrant or illegal alien to be dehumanizing. So I use other terms that I believe to be better fit.
Do you think that your audience knows the difference between the illegal alien, the migrant, and the asylum seeker?
I don't even know what you just said. Undocumented migrants, migrants, and asylum seekers? I feel like the people that watch my live knows the difference between an undocumented migrant, an asylum seeker, and like a legal migrant through like citizenship.
That's perfect. So you're talking about.
So why are you doing anything but responding to my arguments?
I am responding to your arguments.
No, you're not. You're caught up on semantics.
No, I'm not caught up on semantics.
Sure.
You're not talking facts. You're talking about what you believe, and I'm talking facts.
I'm trying
to circle back.
No. I'd like to reiterate. I am talking facts and statistics.
I'm trying to circle back.
It is no. It is statistically true that undocumented migrants contributed $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in the fiscal year of 2022. It is also statistically true that undocumented migrants get paid lower wages for the same jobs than U.S. citizens do. It is also the case that we could deduce from that fact the reason they get paid less compared to American citizens is because they have less bargaining power. Any other explanation?
They get paid less because they're not citizens. It has nothing to do with bargaining power. And you can say that they have less bargaining power because they're not citizens, but that's not the case. They don't have bargaining power because they don't have a legal status in this country.
So you literally just affirmed what I said is true. Good job.
I did.
They have less bargaining power than American citizens because they do not have a legal status in the country, and that's easier to exploit via employers.
It's not that they have less.
This guy just walked into the fucking point. What you just said.
No bargaining
so what you just exactly what I just said. Thank you for like repeating what I said. Good job. Good boy.
I appreciate
good boy. You're listening.
You said it yesterday too. It's a strange little thing. I'm sure your audience loves it, and they eat it all up. And ha ha ha! It's
Trace. Just like for the $10 YouTube super chat. Appreciate that.
It's ad hominem. I don't understand how you think you're impressive with.
Wait. It's not an ad hominem.
Explain how it's not.
Phenomenal, because an ad hominem would be an insult to dispute one's arguments, and I've just insulted you after validating your argument. So, in a nutshell, because I'm just insulting you to insult you.
He's extra. He's extra. I love it. Okay, so just to go back to our original conversation, because you do it a lot. You have a lot of you threw a lot of facts out. That the conversation was about my position on illegal immigration. I'm just trying to understand. Your position on illegal immigration is that the pathway should be easier, and the current illegals shouldn't have to leave and come back correctly. They should just be given a pathway to to becoming a citizen while maintaining their current status quo?
Yeah, for undocumented migrants in our country that have not committed violent crimes, that is exactly true, precisely the case.
How do we know if they've committed violent crimes if they've not been documented?
Well, via documentation in the criminal justice system. Undocumented migrants that have committed violent crimes are documented. Well, at least the ones that are caught.
If they committed them in the States, what about if they committed them in Venezuela?
Yeah, and like the pathway to residency or citizenship would hopefully employ same screening tactics that would employ at legal ports of entry at our southern border and what is required a prerequisite to gain citizenship as a whole. I don't mind that.
Oh, so they stay here even if they're violent criminals until we prove that they're not. Until we prove that they're not or that they are.
Yeah, no, precisely.
How is that benefiting the safety of American citizens?
Because undocumented migrants are already 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes compared to U.S. citizens, so it's a non-issue.
Wow. Wow. That is one of the most interesting statements you've made in a long time. Immigrants, illegal.
I'm so sorry for believing in innocent until proven guilty, you piece of shit.
Illegal immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than American citizens?
Yeah.
Are you talking about like one subsector of American citizens?
No, all American citizens.
All American citizens. That includes women. That includes old men.
Yeah, the per capita crime stat for the average U.S. Born citizen is higher than that of any undocumented migrant in the country. Yep.
I don't know how. Can you show me though? Like, where can I find that?
PMS. Look up crime rates. PNAS. Natural born U.S. citizen compared to undocumented migrant.
Undocumented migrant.
Yep.
And when you say undocumented migrant, you are talking about not asylum seekers. You're talking about the people who have crossed the border over the past 20 years illegally.
Yep.
Not the past couple of years of asylum seekers. How do we merge that information as well? Because and how backdated is that data? Was that data made in the past 10 years, or is it old data?
No, it's new data.
Because it sounds like old data. If you're using old data, I'll give you that. America never had a problem with illegal immigration, and migrants never caused us any issue. They worked hard, they did their shit, and now it's 2025, and we got asylum-seeking jerk-offs from all over the world committing crimes every day.
So I would like to clarify that this is quite literally from 2023. And then secondly, no, undocumented migrants are not at a higher propensity now to commit violent crimes compared to 10 or 20 years ago. You just watch too much fucking TV and you'll see examples of an undocumented migrant committing a crime in New York. Now listen to me. And a crime in LA, and then you'll extrapolate that to be a larger issue that doesn't exist. Like the correlation to this would be, so after the 2 big plane crashes in DC and Virginia or whatever the hell, okay, thank you so much for the galaxy, all of a sudden a bunch of smaller plane crashes that have always happened at pretty repeatable and consistent rates started to get publicized. And now a lot more Americans think that there's a massive issue with upsurging rates of small plane crashes, but that's just not true. It's just the fact that they're getting more publicity. And through the propaganda machine of the right, Donald Trump has successfully done the same exact thing with violent crimes committed by undocumented migrants. If we wanted to publicize every single violent crime committed by every single American citizen, proportionate compared to undocumented migrants in America, 2/3 of the time on the TV, you would see a U.S. citizen. 1/3, you'd see an undocumented migrant, and that is proportional person per person. Undocumented migrants are 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes compared to natural U.S.-born citizens, according to PNAS from studies, as long ago as 2020 and as soon ago as 2023, sir.
The study came out in 2020 and 2023, and they're using data from when and where?
From when and where?
When and where?
Yeah, they're using data from crime rates since the 1990s until now, and when or where, this is going to be across our country.
Okay, so they're using 35 years worth of data. Like I said, we never had a problem with illegal immigration. The migrants, the illegals that crossed the border and came here were looking for a better life. They were working hard and doing what they had to do to support their family and their home and their people back home. Those were never a problem. This disgustingness that's happening in America only started happening a few years ago.
Baseless claim evidence. Give me absolutely any evidence that no. Give me absolutely any empirical data to represent the claim that crime rates given undocumented migrants have increased in the last 4 years compared to the last.
I live in New York City. I see it every day.
Okay, God, Jesus Christ, yeah, and I see, okay, so your claim is you just see it with your eyes.
Do you see with your eyes?
Bro, I stay inside my house all day. I come on, shut the fuck
You
up.
do. You
I'm gonna go
stream for
back.
8
I'm gonna
hours.
go. I'm gonna go back. I'm
You
gonna
do
go.
stay in your house all day. You stream for 8 hours a day.
So
and your little,
so what would you have to?
You don't go outside.
So
Where do you go?
hey, delusional
You
old.
bought a steak yesterday at the supermarket. Where do you go?
Yeah, I went to the city market.
How was your tenderloin? It was delicious.
Did a tenderloin, a ribeye, and a sirloin. They're all great.
Yes. Your cooking show went good. You don't go out, bro. You stay home. You stream all day, 12 hours a day. You sleep for the other 11. You jerk off for 1. When you go to sleep?
Okay.
When you go outside?
So I stream for 4 hours a day. I go to the gym for 2 hours a day. And yeah, I like to cook. I actually quite fucking love my life right now. I'm in a good
wonderful
space.
life. I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I'm my own place. Live with a girlfriend. It's pretty sweet. And this is also off topic. Give me any empirical evidence to represent the claim that you made. That on
I told you, I
macro
live in New York City.
So
there's
so
violence.
so what you perceive through your eyes is not like empirical.
I have friends who work for the Venezuelan gangs, and they literally commit violence on a daily basis. That's what their jobs are. They literally work for these gangs. I know these streets. You don't know the streets at all. You live in a nice little fucking mansion.
Yeah, I have
I
just have
Venezuelan gangs.
Yeah, I just have a question real quick. Have you ever seen the curve of the Earth?
Have I seen? Yeah, I've been on a plane before. Yeah.
You can't see the curve of an Earth off of a plane.
Yes, you can.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely can.
How
you can't see the horizon? You can't see the horizon on a plane?
I have a question. If you had never been on a plane before, let's just assume that you can see the Earth, the curve of the Earth off of a plane. Before you ever flew, would you say that you were justified in assuming the Earth was flat?
Do I have an education with science involved?
Yeah, no, sure. You've been educated on the facts, the stats, right? But we're just talking about what you see through your eyes. Are you telling me that education through more unbiased and objective forms of resource, apart from what you see through your own 2 eyes, is more
The Earth doesn't look flat. The Earth, with my eyes, the Earth doesn't look flat or curved.
Okay, yeah, you're fucking lying. The reason why like 90% of all humans that have ever lived was because the Earth looks flat from your eyes.
Why does the Earth look flat from my eyes? I see oceans, I see mountains, I see hills. What are you talking about?
Have you ever been to Australia?
I see what you're.
Have you ever been to Australia? Have you ever been to Australia?
I've never been to Australia. No.
Then how the fuck do you know Australia exists?
How do I know Australia exists?
How the fuck do you know Australia exists?
There's been people on this planet who have mapped out the Earth through their exploration.
Oh, are you telling me that you are trusting more reliable forms of evidence and anecdotal first-person experiences, such as studies done by conglomerates of other people? You piece of shit. You can only trust what you see between your own 2 damn eyes. Exactly. You only believe what you've seen when you've explored the streets, sir. Have you ever seen a goddamn Australian when you were exploring those streets?
I have family who's gone to Australia.
Oh God, but that wasn't you. That wasn't you, because I'm like, that wasn't you. You haven't explored the goddamn Australian streets, so how do you know they exist?
I love it. I think it's fantastic how he has literally his whole feed is children and Trumpers. The only people that watch him are children and Trumpers, and he just goes.
Your life is flagged for violent and hateful organizations and individuals. What did he get? He got a ban for violent and hateful organizations and individuals. Yeah, also, like, surprising amount of the viewership is like 40 years old. I think the most popular demographic of my content is amongst 35 to 45 years old. Did you know that? Like 35 to 50 is the most popular demographic for viewers of these lives. 57, 32, 40. That's crazy. Can I just point that one out? I'm like 20 years old. The fact that like people my parents' age will like listen in to see what I have to say. That's crazy. That's so crazy. All right, y'all got to stop dropping the ages. Yeah, that's so crazy to me. All right, guys. We are going to go ahead. Oh, man, that puts a smile on my face. We're going to go ahead and raid Parker. Show him some love. I'm going to hop off for the night. We've been on for how long? 4 hours and 23 minutes. Damn! We did a long-ass stream tonight. Hey, but oh my God, yo, before we hop off, Shirley, thank you so much for the $45 donation over on PayPal. Holy crap, Shirley. Thank you so much for the love. Shirley says, yes, thank you, Dean. Just learned about this in my sociology classes. Natural-born citizens commit more crimes on average than undocumented immigrants. This is in my textbook, Race in America by Desmond and M. Breyer, published in 2020. Mainstream media hones in on isolated incidents. Absolutely, Shirley. Yeah, it's a fact. It is. And hey, I really appreciate you so much for the $45. Holy crap. Everybody, show some love to Shirley on your way out. And seriously, thank you so much for the donation. That is so incredibly kind of you. I'm going to use that to buy some dinner. How about that? But yeah, I love you guys so much. I am going to go out and end for the night. Can you guys spam at Parker Get a Job down below in that comment section so I have another Friends Live to send y'all over to? By the way, Parker does the same debates that I do. Like literally, same background and everything. Another political debater. He's awesome. My best friend, for real. All right, guys. At Parker Get a Job. Everybody go over there. Show him some love. On your way out, make sure to hit that follow button. For everybody over on TikTok, love you all. Go raid Parker. Peace and love. And goodbye. Now for everybody over on YouTube. We just ended the live. I am going to go ahead and end over here on YouTube too. I bet Parker's probably live on YouTube. Look that up before going over to TikTok. I really appreciate you guys for tuning in. I've been loving doing the streams on YouTube. I actually, one of these days, want to be able to switch over to YouTube full time. I like YouTube streaming much more than TikTok. Don't tell the TikTok viewers I said that. Anyways, I love you guys. Hope you enjoyed the debates. And good night.